Atalanta Fugiens, the Flying Atalanta, or Philosophical Emblems of the Secrets of Nature, by Michael Maier, Count of the Imperial Consistory, originally published in Oppenheim in 1617 by Johann Theodor de Bry, with illustrations by Matthias Marian. Read by D.T. Smith for my channel, Holland Ruled by Venus. The author's epigram. 3 golden apples from the Hesperian grove, a present worthy of the Queen of Love, gave wise Hippomenes eternal fame, and Atalanta's cruel speed o'ercame. In vain he follows, till with radiant light one rolling apple captivates her sight, and by its glittering charms retards her flight. She soon outruns him, but fresh rays of gold her longing eyes and slackened footsteps hold, till with disdain she all his art defies, and swifter than an eastern tempest flies. Then his despair throws his last hope away, for she must yield whom love and gold betray. What is Hippomenes' true wisdom knows, and whence the speed of Atalanta flows. She with mercurial swiftness is endued, which yields by Sulphur's prudent strength pursued. But when in Cybele's temple they would prove the utmost joys of their excessive love, the matron goddess thought herself disdained, her rites unhallowed, and her shrine profaned. Then her revenge makes roughness o'er them rise, and hideous fieriness sparkle from their eyes. Still more amazed to see themselves look red, whilst both to lions changed each other dread. He that can Cybele's mystic change explain, and those 2 lions with true redness stain, commands that treasure plenteous nature gives, and free from pain in wisdom's splendor lives. Emblem 1. The wind carried him in his belly. If Boreas can in his own wind conceive an offspring that can bear this light and live, in art, strength, body, mind he shall excel all wonders men of ancient heroes tell. Think him no Caeso nor abortive brood, nor yet Agrippa, for his star is good. Discourse 1. Hermes, the most industrious searcher into all the secrets of nature, doth in his smaragdine table exquisitely thus succinctly describe the natural work, when he says, wind carried him in his belly, as if he should have said that he whose father is Sol and mother is Luna must, before he can be brought forth into the light, be carried by windy fumes, even as a bird is carried in the air when it flies. Now from fumes or winds, which are nothing else but air in motion, being coagulated, water is produced, and from water mixed with earth all minerals and metals do proceed, and even these last are said to consist of and be immediately coagulated from fumes, so that whether he be placed in water or fume, the thing is the same. For one as well as the other is the master of wind. The same, the more remotely may be said, of minerals and metals, but the question is, who is he that ought to be carried by winds? I answer, chemically, it is sulphur which is carried in argent viva, contained in quicksilver. as Lully in his Codicil, Cap 32, and all other authors attest. Physically, it is the embryo, which in a little time ought to be born into the light. I say also that arithmetically it is the root of a cube. Musically, it is the diapason. Geometrically, it is a point, the beginning of a continued running line. Astronomically, it is the center of the planets Saturn, Jupiter, and Mars. Now, although these are different subjects, yet if they be well compared together, they will easily demonstrate what the offspring of wind must be. But this enquiry must be left to every man's own industry, be it remembered. But I shall point out the matter more plainly thus. All Mercury is composed of fumes, that is, of water elevating earth together with itself into an aerial rarity, or thinness, and of earth forcing air to return into watery earth or earthy water. For when the elements are in it altogether and mixed throughout and mutually blended, subdued, and reduced to a certain viscous nature, they do not easily recede from one another, but either follow the volatile flying upwards, or remain below with those that are fixed. Nor is it indeed without reason that Mercury is called the messenger or interpreter, as it were, the running intermediate minister of the other gods, and has wings fitted to his head and feet. For he is windy and flies through the air as wind itself, which many persons are really and experimentally convinced of, to their great damage. But because he carries a rod or caduceus about which two serpents are twined across one the other, by which he can draw souls out of bodies and bring them back again, and effect many such contrarieties, he is a most excellent figure or representation of the philosophical Mercury. Mercury, therefore, is wind which takes sulphur or Dionysus, or, if you please so to call it, Asclepius, being yet an imperfect embryo out of the mother's belly or out of the ashes of the mother's body burned, and carries it thither where it may be brought to maturity. And the embryo is sulphur, which by the celestial sun is infused into the wind of Boreas, that he may bring it forth in maturity, who, after the complete time of his teeming, does bring forth twins, one with white hair, called Calais, the other with red, named Zethys. These sons of Boreas, as Orpheus the chemic poet writes, were companions to Jason amongst the set of the Argonauts, when he went to fetch the golden fleece from Colchis, for Phineus, the blind prophet, being infested by the Harpies, could not be freed from them but by these sons of Boreas, and for so great a benefit obtained by their means. He, out of gratitude, showed the whole course of their way to the Argonauts. These Harpies are nothing else but corrupting sulphur which is driven away by the sons of Boreas when they come to full age, and from a thing imperfect and molested with noxious and hurtful volatiles, becomes perfect and not subject to that evil, and afterwards shows Jason its physician the way how to obtain the golden fleece. Basil Valentine, as well as other authors, takes notice of these winds, and in his sixth key says thus, quote, "For there ought to come a double wind named Vulturnus, and a single wind called Notus, which will blow impetuously from the east and the south, upon the cessation of whose motion, so that water is made of their air. You may confidently believe that a corporeal thing will be made of a spiritual." End quote. And Ripley, Gate 8th, says that our infant ought to be born again in air, that is, in the belly of the wind. In the same sense may that be taken which we find in Scala Philosophorum Degree the 6th. Quote, "You must know that the son of the wise is born in the air." End quote. And Degree 8th, quote, "Airy spirits ascending together into the air do love one another. As Hermes said, the wind carried him in his belly, because the generation of our sun is made in the air, and being born in the air is born wisely, for he ascends from earth to heaven, and again descends to earth, acquiring both the superior and inferior virtue." End quote. Emblem 2. The earth is his nurse. Second Discourse. It is determined by the peripatetic and other philosophers of sound judgment that the thing nourishing must be converted into the substance of the nourished, and made like to it, not before but after it has received an alteration, and this is admitted as an undoubted axiom. For how should the thing nourishing, supposing it beforehand to be like to, or the same with the thing nourished, have need of any change in its essence, which, if it should happen, would hinder it from remaining the same or alike? For how should those things be received for nourishment which cannot be converted into a like substance with the thing nourished, as wood, stones, etc.? As therefore the first is vain, so the second is contrary to nature. But for an infant newborn to be nourished with the milk of animals is a thing not repugnant to nature, for milk will become of the like substance with it, but more easily if it be sucked from the mother than any other creature. Wherefore physicians conclude that it conduces to the health and strength of an infant, as likewise to the conformity of temper and manners, if it is always fed and nourished by the milk of its own mother, and that the contrary happens if it is done by that of a stranger. This is the universal harmony of nature, that like delights in its like, and as far as it can possibly follow its footsteps in everything by a certain tacit consent and agreement. The same thing happens, of course, in the natural work of the philosophers, which is equally governed by nature in its formation, as an infant in its mother's womb, and although as father, mother, and even a nurse be ascribed to it by way of similitude, yet it is not more artificial than the generation of every animal. Two seeds are by a pleasurable artifice joined together by animals and both the human sexes, which, being united by successive alteration, produce an embryo, which grows and is increased, acquires life and motion, and then is nourished by milk. But it is necessary for a woman in the time of conception and impregnation to be very temperate in heat, food, drink, motion, rest, and all things else. Otherwise, abortion will follow and destruction of the conceived embryo, which observation in the 6 non-naturals, because it is prescribed by the physicians according to their art, is also artificial. After the same manner, if the seeds be not joined together in the philosophical work, they ought to be joined. But if they could anywhere be found joined together, as the seed of a cock and hen do subsist together, and are contained in one egg, then would the philosopher's work be more natural than the generation of animals. But let us grant, as the philosophers do assert, that one comes from the east and the other from the west, and are made one. What more is as ministered to 'em than mixture in their own vessel, temperate heat, and nutriment? The vessel is indeed artificial, but in this there is no more difference than if the nest were made by the hen herself, or made for her by the country dame in some convenient place, as commonly it is. The generation of eggs and hatching of chickens from them will be the same. Heat is a natural thing, whether it proceed from the temperate heat of furnaces, putrefaction of dung, from the sun and air, from the bowels of the mother, or otherwise. Thus the Egyptian from his furnaces does by art administer a natural heat for the hatching of eggs. The seeds of silkworms and even hens' eggs are said to have been hatched by the warmth of a virgin's breasts. Art, therefore, and nature do mutually join hands and officiate one for the other. Nevertheless, nature is always the mistress, and art the handmaid. But a doubt may be raised, how the earth may be said to be the nurse of the philosophical infant, seeing it is the element which is most dry and void of juice, insomuch that dryness appertains to it as its proper quality. It may be answered that earth elemented is to be understood, and not the element of earth, whose nature we have fully explained in the first day of our philosophical week. This earth is the nurse of Caelum, or heaven, not by opening, washing, or moistening the infant, but by coagulating, fixing, coloring, and converting it into more juice and blood. For nutrition implies an augmentation in length, breadth, and depth, which extends itself through all the dimensions of a body, and seeing this can be afforded and administered to the philosophical infant by earth only, it can in no wise be improper to call the earth by the name of his nurse. But this admirable juice of earth has a quality different from other kinds of milk, which are converted and do not convert, for this, by reason of its most efficacious virtue, does mightily alter the nature of the thing nourished, as the milk of the wolf is believed to have disposed the body of Romulus to a nature that was magnanimous and prepense to war. Emblem 3. Go to the woman washing clothes, and do after the same manner. Discourse 3. When linen clothes are soiled and made dirty by earthy filth, they are cleaned by the next element to it, namely water, and then clothes being exposed to the air, the moisture together with the feces, is drawn out by the heat of the sun as by fire, which is the fourth element, and if this be often repeated, they become clean and free from stains. This is the work of women which is taught them by nature, for we see, as Isaac remarks, that the bones of beasts, if they are often wet with rain and as often dried by the heat of the sun, will be reduced to a perfect whiteness. The same is to be observed in the philosophic subject, for whatever feces or crudities are in it will be purged and taken away by the infusion of its proper waters, and the whole body will be brought to a great perfection and cleanness. For all chemical preparations, as calcination, sublimation, solution, distillation, descension, coagulation, fixation, and the rest, are performed by washing only. For whoever washes a thing unclean with waters does the same thing as he that runs through all these operations. For as the rosary of the philosophers, Rosarium Philosophorum, saith, quote, the inner clothes, Prince Divinic, being soiled by sweat, are to be washed by fire and burned in waters, so that fire and water seem to have interchanged their mutual qualities, or else the philosophic fire is not to be supposed of the same kind with the common fire, and the same thing is to be said of the philosophic water. As for the calc viva, or quicklime, and ignis grecus, we know that they are kindled by water and cannot be extinguished by it, contrary to the nature of other things that will take fire. So it is affirmed that camphor overkindled will burn in water, and Ansel de Boude says that the stone gagates being set on fire is more easily quenched by oil than water, for oil will mingle with it and choke the fiery body. Whereas water, not being able to mix with the fatness, yields the fire unless it totally covers and overwhelms it, which it cannot easily do, because although it be a stone, it swims upon the top of the water like oil. So, naphtha, petroleum, and the like are not easily quenched by water. Some write that there are subterranean coals in the country of Liege, which, taking fire under the earth, cannot be extinguished by water, by earth thrown in upon them. Cornelius Tacitus mentions such a sort of fire, which cannot be quenched but by clubs and clothes taken from the body and thrown upon it. There is, therefore, great diversity in fires, both in their being kindled and extinguished, and there is no less in liquors, for milk, vinegar, spirits of wine, aqua fortis, aqua regia, and common water differ very much when they are thrown upon fire. Sometimes the matter itself will endure fire, as those fine linen clothes which were of great esteem among the ancients, and were cleaned by fire, their dirt being burned away. What is said of the hairs of a salamander, that they will make the wick of a lamp that shall be incombustible, is not to be credited. But there are persons who really affirm that there was a contexture prepared from talc, plumas, alamine, and other materials by a cunning woman of Antwerp, which she said to cleanse by fire, but that she of envy suffered that art to die with her, and the temperament could never be found out afterwards. We do not speak here of combustible matters. The philosophical subject, whenever it is prepared, must be considered under all these differences, for their fire, water, and matter itself is not common, but their fire is water, and their water is fire. Their water at the same time washes and calcines, and so does their fire, and the clothes, which must be washed, have the same nature with the fine linen before mentioned, or talc prepared. But the tempering of it and the art in its preparation is not known to everyone. For the washing of this linen, a lye must be made, not of oak ashes or their salt, but from metals, which is more durable than any other. And it must not be common water, but water congealed into ice, and snow under the sign Aquarius, for this has finer particles than the standing waters of fens and marshes, and consequently can better penetrate into the recesses of the philosophic body to wash and purge it from filth and blackness. Emblem 4. Join the brother and the sister, and drink to 'em in the bowl of love. Discourse 4. Divine and human laws prohibit those persons to intermarry who are joined by nature in too near degrees of blood, whether in a line ascending, very just descending reasons, or collateral. But when philosophers speak of the marriage of a mother with her son, a father with his daughter, or a brother with his sister, these neither speak nor act against the laws before mentioned, because the subjects distinguish the attributes, and the cause the effects. For the persons of whom the philosophers speak are as much at liberty as the sons and daughters of Adam, who intermarried without the imputation of any crime. The chiefest reason seems to be that the human race might be more strictly united and associated by affinity and friendship, and not be divided by enmities and hereditary factions of families. So nothing hindered the sons and daughters of Adam, though brothers and sisters, to be joined in marriage, for mankind did exist in them alone and their parents, and therefore Although they were allied in blood, yet were they to be joined in affinity. But the number of men increasing and being distributed into innumerable families, the true and just cause was found, why brothers and sisters should not marry. The philosophers have a different reason why the brother should marry the sister, which is the similitude of their substance, that like may be joined to its like. Of this kind there are two, which are alike in species, but different in sex, one of which is called the brother, the other the sister. These, therefore, being in the same liberty and condition as the first kindred of men, are lawfully indeed, and by an inevitable necessity, to be joined together in matrimony. The brother is hot and dry, and therefore very choleric. The sister is cold and moist, having much phlegmatic matter in her. Which two natures, so different in their temper, agree best in fruitfulness, love, and propagation of children. For as fire will not easily be struck out of the hardest bodies, steel and steel, nor out of these brittle bodies flint and flint, but from the hard and brittle, that is, steel and flint, so neither from a burning male and fiery female, nor from both of them being cold, for cold is the unfruitfulness of the male, can a living offspring be produced. But he must be hot, and she more cold than he, for in human temperament the hottest woman is colder than the coldest man, supposing him to be in health, as Levinus Semnius, in his book of the Hidden Miracles of Nature, affirms. The sister, therefore, and brother are rightly joined by the philosophers. If a man desire offspring from a hen, bitch, or ewe, or other animal, he joins it to a cock, dog, or ram, every animal to that species to which it is most like, and so he obtains his end. For he does not regard the consanguinity of these brutes, but the generosity of each and agreement of their natures. The same may be said of the body of a tree and the hip that is to be engrafted into it. So the metallic nature, which above all things has a likeness or homogeneity of substance, desires its like when anything is to be joined to it. But the brother and sister being married will not be fruitful or long persist in their love, unless a philothesium or cup of love be drunk to 'em as a philter. For by this, their minds being composed and united, they become drunk. And like Lot, all shame being banished, they are joined and produce an offspring that is spurious but legitimate. Who can be ignorant that mankind is very much obliged to medicine, and that there are thousands of persons in the world who had not existed unless their parents had been freed from barrenness, either by removing the cause or taking away the impediment, either near or remote, and preserving the mother from abortion. Therefore, the cup of love is given to the new married pair for these reasons, which are three: the constancy of love, the removal of barrenness, and the hindrance of abortion. Emblem 5. Put a toad to the woman's breast, that she may suckle him till she die, and he become gross with her milk. Discourse 5. The whole body of philosophers agree in this, that their work is nothing else but male and female. The man's part is to generate and govern the wife, and her part is to conceive, impregnate, bring forth, suckle, and educate the offspring, and be subject to the commands of her husband. For as she nourishes the conceived embryo before it is brought forth with her blood, so she does afterwards with her milk. Hence nature has prepared for the tender infant a digestible and well-proportioned nutrient in the mother's breasts, which waits for his coming as his first provision and sustenance in his course of life. By milk, therefore, he is nourished, grows, and is increased till he be furnished with teeth, his fit instruments to eat bread withal. Then he is properly weaned, because nature has provided him more solid food. But here the philosophers say that a toad must be put to the woman's breasts, that she may nourish him as an infant with her milk. This is a miserable and horrid spectacle, and indeed an impious thing, that milk designed for an infant should be given to a toad, being a venomous beast and contrary to the nature of man. We have heard and read of serpents and dragons sucking the teats of cows, and toads perhaps might do the like, if they could gain an opportunity. There is a noted story of a toad that fixed himself upon the mouth and outside of the lips of a countryman that was asleep, and could not be removed by any contrivance unless by violence, which could not be attempted without the hazard of the man's life, for he would then have spit his poison, which he uses as his offensive and defensive weapon. A remedy was found for this miserable man from that antipathy which the spider bears for the toad, for they hate one the other mortally. He was carried to the place where an overgrown spider had made his web, who, as soon as he saw the toad, he let himself down upon his back and pinched him with his sting. But this doing no hurt, the spider came down the second time and struck him more violently, upon which the toad immediately swelled and fell dead from the man's mouth without any harm to him. But here the contrary happens, because the toad does not seize the mouth, but the breast of the woman, by whose milk he increases so much that he becomes of an extraordinary strength and bigness. But the woman, having her spirits exhausted, consumes and dies, for poison is easily communicated to the heart by the pectoral veins, and infects and destroys it, as it is evident in Cleopatra, who applied vipers to her breasts, that by a voluntary death she might prevent her coming into the hands of her enemies, and being led in triumph by them. Theophilus, in Turba, makes mention of a dragon joined to a woman. But lest any man should think the philosophers so cruel as to fasten a venomous reptile to a woman's breast, it must be known that this toad is the offspring or son of this woman, brought forth by a monstrous birth, and therefore by natural right must be fed with his mother's milk, and that it is not the son's desire that his mother should die, for he could not infect his mother, seeing he was formed in her bowels and nourished with her blood till the time of his birth. It is indeed a thing ominous for a toad to be born of woman, which in our knowledge hath happened otherwise. William of Newbury, an English writer, saith, how truly let others judge, that in a certain quarry in the diocese of Vintonia, a great stone being split, there was a living toad found in it, with a golden chain, and it was, by the bishop's command, hidden in the same place and buried in perpetual darkness, lest it might bear an ill omen with it. Such also is this toad, for it is embellished, although not outwardly with an artificial chain, but inwardly with natural gold, to wit, that of the stone which some call borax, kilonitis, batrachites, crepodina, and geratronium, for this far excels gold in virtue against the poison of all animals, and is commonly set in gold as a case or cover, that it may not be hurt or lost. Regularly it ought to be had out of an animal. But if the stone be taken out of subterranean caverns, as it is commonly, it may be neatly contrived in that shape and used instead of it, being chosen from the best minerals and most relevant to the heart. For in these the philosophical toad is really found, not in the quarry, as that fabulous author asserts, and has gold in itself, though its pomp does not outwardly appear. For to what end should a toad adorn himself, seeing he lurks in darkness and secret places? Perhaps that he might be very magnificently accosted by the beetle, if by chance he should meet him in the twilight. What subterranean goldsmith should make him that golden chain? Perhaps that father of the green children that came out of the land of St. Martin, or rather from the earth itself, as the two dogs came out of a quarry, according to the same author. Emblem 6. Sow your gold in the white foliate earth. Discourse 6. Plato says that a city does not consist of a physician and a physician, but of a physician and a husbandman, that is, of men of diverse crafts and professions, and he mentions then two more, especially because their labors are more visible in the imitation, improvement, and perfection of nature. For they both take a natural subject to which, according to their art, they either add something that is necessarily wanting, or remove those things which are superfluous, so that both their arts may, as medicine is by Hippocrates, be defined to be the addition of what is wanting or subtraction of superfluity. For the husbandman does no more than add plowing, furrowing, harrowing, dunging, or manuring, and lastly sowing to the land that is left in its original state. But as for the increase and produce of it, he leaves that to nature, which administers rain to the heat of the sun, and by these two multiplies the seeds and improves them into standing corn fit for reaping. While the blade is growing, he weeds out the thistles and throws out all other impediments. He reaps the corn when it is ripe and cleans it when reaped from its straw and chaff. So the physician, likewise the chemist in a different respect, administers preventing physic to the patient as well as restorative, removes the cause, cures the malady, assuages symptoms, takes away superfluous blood by opening a vein, and, if low, restores it by a regulation of diet, evacuates ill humors by purging, and so by 1,000 methods imitates, supplies, and corrects nature with the operations of art and understanding. Our present considerations are not concerning these things which are commonly known, but of matters merely chemical. For chemistry shows its affinity to husbandry even in its secret terms and courses of operation. The husbandmen have their earth into which they sow their seed, and so have the chemists. They have their dung with which they enrich their ground, so have these, without which nothing can be accomplished, nor any fruit expected. They have seed from which they hope for an increase, and unless the chemists had so too, they would be like a painter, as Lully says, endeavoring to draw the face of a man of whom he had never seen so much as the least resemblance. The countryman expects rain and sunshine, and so indeed the chemists must supply their work with such and heat and rain as is proper and convenient. What need of many words? Chemistry runs entirely parallel with agriculture as its deputy, and represents it in all things, but under a most complete allegory. From hence the ancients produced their Carrarius, Triptolemus, Osiris, Dionysius, golden gods, or such as had relation to chemistry, but at the same time represented them as teaching mortals to cast their seed into the earth, and showing them husbandry and the planting and cultivation of vines and the use of wine. All which things the ignorant falsely applied to their country's employment. For these abstruse mysteries of nature under these veils are at the same time explained to the wise, whilst they are concealed from the vulgar. Hence the philosophers affirm it to be sowed in white foliated earth, as if they would have said that the sowing of wheat must be looked upon as an example and consequently imitated, which the author of Tractatus de Tritico and Iordac Greverus have most excellently performed in their descriptions, for they have very elegantly adapted each operation of husbandry in the production of corn to the semination of gold and the generation of the tincture. White earth, as being sandy, yields little fruit to the countrymen who esteem that which is black as being fattest. But the other is of most value to the philosophers if it be foliated, that is, well prepared. For they know how to improve it with their dung, which the others do not. For semination is the propagation of the world, by which care is taken that what cannot last in the individual may be continued in the species. This is in men, animals, and plants. In the first, hermaphroditically, in the two last under different sexes, but in metals it is far otherwise, for in them a line is made from the flux of a point, a superficies from the flux of a line, a body from the flux of a superficies. But the stars produce that point before either the line, the superficies, or the body, because it is the principle of them all. Nature added the flux a long time afterwards, that is, the celestial Phoebus generated a sun underneath the earth, which Mercury committed to Vulcan to be educated, and to Chiron, that is, to manual operation, to be instructed, as it is reported of Achilles, that he was detained and hardened in fires by his mother Thetis. Among other things, he learned music and the art of playing on the harp from his master Chiron. Achilles is nothing else but the philosophic subject, whose son is Pyrrhus, with red hair, without which, too, Troy could not be subdued, as we have demonstrated in the 6th book of our hieroglyphics. Emblem 7. A young eaglet attempts to fly out of its own nest and falls into it again. Discourse 7. That which Hippocrates, the standard of all physic, affirms concerning humours, that they are different and many in the body of man, and not one only, otherwise various diseases would not arise, is found by us to be true likewise in the elements of the world. For if there was but one element, there could be no change of that into another, no generation nor corruption would happen, but all would be one immutable thing, and no meteors, minerals, plants, or animals could be naturally produced from it. Therefore, the Supreme Creator composed the whole system of this whole world of diverse and contrary natures, namely of light and heavy, hot and cold, moist and dry, that one might by affinity pass into the other, and so a composition be made of bodies which should be very different one from another in essence, qualities, virtues, and effects. For in things perfectly mixed are the light elements, as fire and air, and likewise the heavy, as earth and water, which are to be poised and tempered together, that one flies not from the other. But the neighboring elements easily suffer themselves to be taken and detained by their neighbors. Earth and air are contrary one to the other, and so are fire and water. And yet fire maintains friendship with air by heat common to both, and does so with earth by reason of dryness, and so air with water, and water with the earth, by which means they are joined in bonds of affinity, or rather consanguinity, and remain together in one composition, which, if it abound with the light elements, elevates the heavy with it. If with the heavy it presses down the light. This is illustrated by two eagles, one with wings, the other without, the first of which, endeavoring to fly, is restrained by the second. There is a plain example of this matter in the fight between the falcon and heron, for the falcon, soaring higher in the air by his speedy flying and swift wings, takes and tears the heron with his talons, by whose weight both fall to the ground. The contrary appeared in the artificial dove, which was an automata or self-moving piece of workmanship made by Archytas, whose heavy things were carried upwards by light. That is, its wooden body was lifted into the air by the spirit that was enclosed within it. In the philosophical subject, the light things are first predominant over the heavy as to their quantity, but they are overcome by virtue of the heavy. In process of time, the eagle's wings are cut off, and one very great bird, namely an ostrich, is made of two, which bird can consume iron, and being hindered by its own weight, seems rather to run upon the earth than to fly in the air, although it has goodly wings. Concerning this, or one like it, Hermes, as the author of Aurora, chapter 5, affirms, writes thus: I have considered a bird venerable to the wise, which flies when it is in Aries, Cancer, Libra, or Capricorn, and you will acquire it perpetually to yourself out of mere minerals and rocks of mountainous places. Senior in Tabula relates to the same thing, where two birds are seen, one flying, the other without wings, whereof the one holds the other's tail by its beak, that they cannot easily be separated. For this is the machination or device of universal nature, always to raise heavy things by light, and to depress light ones by heavy, as the author of Perfectum Magisterius declares, quote, who constitutes 7 mineral spirits as it were erratic or wandering stars, and so many metallic bodies and fixed stars, and enjoins these to be married to the others. End quote. And thence Aristotle the chemist says, quote, the spirit, having dissolved the body and soul so that they may exist in their form, does not remain unless you occupy it. End quote. Now, this occupation is that you join it with the body from whence you prepared it in the beginning, because in that the spirit at the superexistences of the body is occupied from flight. In Camphora, as Bonus observes, the light elements, that is, air and fire, prevail over the heavy, and therefore it is said wholly to exhale and evaporate into air. In Argent Viva, the flowers of sulphur, antimony, the salt of heart's blood, sal ammoniac, and such other things, the earth flies with the alembic and is not separated from it. In gold, glass, diamonds, the stone smyrus, granite, and the like, the elements remain joined a long time, notwithstanding the fire, without any detriment, for the earth retains the other elements with itself. In other combustibles, a separation or division of one from another is effected, so that the ashes are left in the bottom, and the water, air, and fire fly upwards. We must not, therefore, have respect to the unequal composition of these last, being not so strongly mixed, nor to the commixture of the first, which is more desirable, though composed of volatiles, but to the solidity, constancy, and fixity of the middle ones. For so the bird without wings will detain that which hath, and the fixed substances will fix the volatiles, which is the thing that of necessity must be affected. Emblem 8. Take an egg and smite it with a fiery sword. Discourse 8. There are many and diverse kinds of birds whose number is uncertain and their names unknown to us. Story tells us of a very great bird named rook or roke that appears at certain seasons of the year in a small island of the ocean, which can bear an elephant up with it into the air. India and America send us crows and parrots of diverse colors, but it is not the philosophical intention to inquire after the eggs of these birds. The Egyptians yearly persecute the crocodile's eggs with weapons of iron and destroy them. The philosophers do indeed smite their eggs with fire, but it is not with an intent to mortify it, but that it may live and grow up. For seeing that an animate and living chicken is thence produced, it cannot be said to be corruption, but generation. It ceases to be an egg by the privation of the oval form, and begins to be a two-footed and volatile animal by the introduction of a more noble form. For in the egg are the seeds of both male and female joined together under one shell or cover. The yolk constitutes the chicken with its radical parts and bowels, the seed of the male forming it and becoming the internal efficient. The external heat is the first mover by which a certain circulation of the elements and change of one into the other introduces a new form by the instinct and guidance of nature. For water passes into air, air into fire, fire into earth, which, being joined together into specific being transmitted by the stars, an individual bird is made of that kind whose egg it was, and whose seed was infused into it. This is said to be smitten with a fiery sword when Vulcan, performing the office of a midwife as he did to Pallas coming from the brain of Jupiter, does by his axe make a passage for the newborn chicken. This is what Basil Valentine affirms, that Mercury was imprisoned by Vulcan at the command of Mars, and could not be released before he was wholly purified and dead. But this death is to him the beginning of a new life, as the corruption or death of the egg brings new generation and life to the chicken. So an embryo, being freed from that human vegetable life, which alone it enjoyed in the mother's womb, obtains another, more perfect one, by his birth and coming into the light of the world. So when we shall pass from this present life, there remains for us another that is most perfect and eternal. Lully in many places calls this fiery sword a sharp lance, because fire as a lance or sharp sword perforates bodies and makes them porous and pervious, so that they may be penetrated by waters and be dissolved, and being reduced from hardness, become soft and tractable. In the stomach of a cormorant, which is the most voracious of all birds, there are found long and round worms which serve it as the instruments of heat, and, as we have sometimes observed, seize upon those eels and other fish which she has swallowed, and pierce them like sharp needles, and so consume them in a short time by a wonderful operation of nature. As therefore heat pierces, so that which pierces will sometimes supply the absence of heat. Upon which consideration, that wherewith the philosophical egg ought to be smitten may not undeservedly be called a fiery sword. But the philosophers had rather have it understood of temperate heat, whereby the egg is cherished, as Morpholius in Turba declares, quote, "It is necessary that a wise man's moisture be burned up with a slow fire, as is shown us in the example of the generation of a chicken, and where the fire is increased, the vessel must be stopped on all sides, that the body of the air or brass, and the fugitive spirit of it, may not be extracted." End quote. But what bird's egg must it be? Moschus tells us in the same place, quote, "Now I say that no instruments are made except of our white, starry, splendid powder, and of the white stone of which powder are made fit instruments for the egg. But they have not named the egg, nor what bird's egg it must be." End quote. Emblem 9. "Shut up the tree with the old man in a house of dew, and eating the fruit thereat, he will become young." Discourse the 9th. "All things that grow in length, breadth, and depth, that is, are born, nourished, augmented, brought to maturity, and propagated, the same things likewise decrease, that is, have their strength diminished, dice fall away, as we see in all vegetables and animals. Wherefore man also, when he arrives at full growth, admits of decay, which is the same thing as old age, whereby his strength is sensibly diminished till he die. For the cause of old age is the same with that of a lamp that burns dim for want of oil. For as there are three things in a lamp, the wick, fatness, and flame, so in a man the wick is the vital members, the bowels and limbs. The fatness is the radical moisture, and the flame is the natural hat. The only difference is the flame of a lamp shines bright, but the natural heat does not, it not being fire, but only heat, and whereas the fatness is oily, the radical moisture is viscous, being of a seminal principle. As, therefore, a lamp is extinguished for want of oil, so man, by old age, without any other disease, falls into atrophy, and aged consumption, and lastly into his grave. It is reported of the eagle that when he grows old, his beak becomes so crooked that he would die with hunger, unless he could cast it. So deer seem to grow young again by throwing off their horns, serpents their skins, and crabs their shells. Not that they really do so, for their radical moisture is not restored to them, but only in appearance. There is nothing that can restore youth to man but death itself, which is the beginning of eternal life that follows it. However, there are some that say as to his external form and the restoring of his strength in some measure, together with the taking away of wrinkles and changing of gray hair, a proper remedy may be found out, as Lully affirms of his quintessence, and Arnold of prepared gold. But here the philosophers say that if the old man would become young, he must be shut up in a house of dew, and then he will eat of the fruit of the tree, and so recover youth. It is scarce believed by the vulgar that such trees can be in nature. The physicians write wonders of Mirabilis, literally miracle fruit, the fruit of a certain tree, that they restore gray hair to blackness, purify the blood, and prolong life. But this is scarce credited. Marsilio Ficino, in his book of Preserving the Health of Students, recommends sucking the milk of a beautiful young woman. Others recommend the eating of viper's flesh, but these remedies are more troublesome than old age itself, and could not be obtained by 1 in 1,000, although their effect should be certain. Paracelsus, in his book of long life, says a sick man may attract to himself the health of another by imagination only, and so an old man may gather youth. But in this he seems rather to be guided by his fancy than experience. It is certain that the people called Pescilis, with their double pupils, and witches by their very aspect, bewitch cattle and children, according to Virgil. These things are done without contact. But as for the tree which is to restore the old man, the fruit of it is sweet, red, and full ripe, turning into the best blood, as being easy of digestion, and affording the best nutriment, leaving nothing in the body that is fecal or superfluous. But the old man abound with the white phlegm, has white hair and complexion, which humours, colour, and hair are changed into that red
which appears in youth and vigor. Therefore the philosophers say their stone is first an old man that is white, and then a young man which is red. And they say further that the old man must be placed together with the tree, not in the open air, but in a house, and that not dry, but moist with dew. It may seem strange that trees should spring and grow in a close place, but if it be moist, there is no doubt of their continuance. For the nutriment of a tree is moisture and airy earth that is fat, which can ascend into the body and bough, and these produce leaves, blossoms, and fruit, in which natural work then is the concurrence of all the elements. Fire gives the first motion as the efficient, air gives tenuity and penetrability, water lubricity, and earth coagulation. For when any of their superfluities ascend, air turns into water, and water into earth. By fire, I understand the native heat, which, being propagated with the seed, does by the power of the stars, as if it were a smith, forge out and form such fruits as are like to those things from whence the seed ariseth. But a dewy evaporation is not only expedient to moisten the tree so as to make it yield fruit, but likewise the old man, that he may the more easily be made young again by that fruit. For the dewy vapors will mollify, fill up, and restore his dry and wrinkled skin with temperate heat and moisture. Wherefore physicians very rationally and with good success prescribe warm baths for the atrophy or marasmo or consumption of old age. But if the thing be well considered, that tree is the daughter of the old man, which as Daphne is changed into a vegetable of the like sort, and therefore the old man may not unjustly expect youth from it, seeing he himself was the cause of their being. Emblem 10. Give fire to fire, Mercury to Mercury, and you have enough. Discourse the 10th. If this saying be taken literally, it only increaseth the quantity of fire and Mercury, but introduceth no new quality into the subject. For every like added to its like makes it become more like. Hence physicians affirm that contraries are healed and removed by contraries. So we see fire is extinguished by water, but fomented by the addition of fire. As the poet says, Venus in wine, as fire in fire, does rage. But it may be answered that fire differs very much from fire, and Mercury from Mercury, for there are several sorts of fire, and Mercury amongst the philosophers. Moreover, the same heat and cold, being distant only in place and situation, differs from another of its own kind, so as to attract to it that which is like to itself. So we see that heat fixed in any part is drawn forth by the same heat. Limbs benumbed and almost dead with frost and cold water will be restored by putting them into cold water rather than by the application of external heat. For as the greater light obscures the lesser, so also greater heat or cold has power over the lesser. So it is necessary that the cold or heat that is outwardly applied should be less than that which was before imprinted or fixed in the joints. Otherwise, the same impression would be made as before, and the like would rather be much more increased than drawn forth by the like. This drawing out of cold by cold water and of fiery heat by heat is agreeable to nature, for all sudden changes and contraries are dangerous and less acceptable to it, but that which comes by degrees can more easily be endured. So we say there is one internal fire which is essentially infixed in the philosophical subject, and another external. The same may likewise be said of Mercury. The internal fire is equivocally so cold because of its fiery qualities, virtue, and operation, but the external fire is univocally so. Therefore, external fire in Mercury must be given to the internal fire in Mercury, that so the intention of the work may be completed. For in boiling, we use fire and water to mollify and mature anything that has crudities and hardness. For water penetrates into and dissolves the parts contracted, whilst the heat adds strength and motion to it. Thus we see in the common coction of pulse, which, being hard in themselves, yet well are broken and reduced to a pulp in water, the heat of the fire rarefying the water by ebullition and reducing to almost an aerial substance. So the heat of fire resolves the crude parts of fruit or flesh into water and makes them vanish into air together with it. After the same manner, fire and Mercury here are fire and water, and the same fire and Mercury are the mature and crude parts, of which the crude are to be matured by coction, or the mature to be purged from the superfluidities by the assistance of water. But we shall in short demonstrate that these two fires and these two Mercuries are principally and solely necessary to the completion of the art. Empedocles was of opinion that the principles of all things were friendship and discord, that corruptions were made by variance and generations by love. This discord is manifestly apparent in fire and water, fire making water evaporate, and water extinguishing fire when applied to it. But it is likewise plain that generations will proceed from these same things by a certain friendship, for by heat is made new generation of air, and by the same heat that induration of water into the stone is performed, and so from these two as the first elements are made the other two, and consequently from thence the production of all things. Water was the matter of heaven and all corporeal things. Fire as the form moves and informs this matter, so this water or mercury yields the matter and fire, or sulfur, the form. That these two may operate and mutually move themselves by solution, coagulation, alteration, tinction, and perfection, there will be a necessity of external helps, as instruments without which no effect can follow. For as a smith cannot work without hammers and fire, so neither can the philosopher without his instruments, which are water and fire. This water is by some called the water of clouds, as this fire is called occasioned fire. It is without doubt called the water of clouds because it is distilled as May dew, and consists of most thin parts. For as it is affirmed that May dew, being enclosed in the shell of an egg, will raise it up by the heat of the sun, so this water of the clouds, or dew, makes the philosopher's egg ascend, that is, sublimes, exalts, and perfects it. The same water is also most sharp vinegar, which makes the body a mere spirit. For as vinegar has different qualities and can penetrate to the bottom and bind, so this water dissolves and coagulates, but is not coagulated, because it is not of a proper subject. The water is had from the fountain of Parnassus, which, contrary to the nature of other fountains, is upon the top of the hill, made the hoof of the flying horse Pegasus. There must also be actual fire, which, notwithstanding, must be governed and qualified by its degrees, as with bridles. For as the sun proceeding from Aries into Leo, and so approaching nearer, gradually increaseth heat to things growing, so it is here necessary to be done. For the philosophical infant must be nourished by fire as with milk, and the more plentiful that is, the more he grows. Emblem 11. Whiten Latona, and tear your books. The Discourse. There are such great differences amongst authors that such persons as search after truth despair of finding any end of this art. For allegorical discourses, being in themselves hard to understand, are the cause of many errors, especially as the same words are applied to different things and different words to the same things. Whoever would free himself from these difficulties must either have a divine genius to perceive truth through much darkness, or he must have inexhaustible wealth and patience to find through experiment what is true and what is not. But according to the philosophers, one will do without the other. Ingenuity will do nothing without labor, and vice versa. For no man can have understanding enough to avoid 100,000 errors, obscurities, digressions, ambiguities, and yet still persist in the true part of nature. Wherefore the philosophers say, he that hath not yet erred hath not yet begun, and that errors teach us what to do and what not. And they likewise affirm that a man may spend his whole life, though if it were possible he should live 1,000 years, in distilling and redistilling before he could attain to truth by experiments only. The corrector of fools intimates that no progress can be made without study and reading of authors, for he says, study removes ignorance and brings human understanding to the true knowledge of everything. It is therefore necessary in this work to quicken the ingenuity by natural philosophy, the knowledge of truth being contained in it. Let not therefore operators despise study, but as for those who are averse to it yet willing to operate, let them take care that their art be the imitation of nature itself, which art desires to amend because it is impossible for her to prepare the philosophical secrets to a perfect end. The wise say of these men that they run to practice as an ass to hay, not knowing what he puts his nose to, led to his food by his sight and taste, to wit his exterior senses, without any understanding. And so far goes this author. But least a man should vex himself with overmuch study, which is an immense and profound sea, and would bring every word, which perhaps may relate to quite another thing, into practice, thereby wasting and consuming his strength, time, reputation, and riches. The philosophers use this emblematical speech, that Latona must be whitened and their books must be torn, lest their hearts be broken. For most books are so obscurely written that they can only be understood by their authors. Indeed, several of them are left out of envy to seduce others, or rather to retard them in their course, that they may not attain to their end without difficulty, or to obscure those things which they themselves had written before. But the chief work and labor is how to whiten Latona. The book called Clangor Bucanae defines Latona as an imperfect body of Sol and Luna. The most ancient poets and writers affirm Latona to be the mother of Apollo and Diana. Others call her their nurse and state that Diana was brought forth first, for Luna and whiteness do first appear, who afterwards, but the same day, performed the office of a midwife in bringing forth Apollo, her brother. For Latona was one of the 12 hieroglyphical gods of the Egyptians, by whom these and other allegories were propagated among other nations. Very few even of their Egyptian priests knew the true sense and meaning of them, the remainder of the people applying them to other subjects that were not in the nature of things, namely gods, goddesses, and the like. Wherefore Latona had the most sumptuous temple next to Vulcan, adorned with gold, because she was the mother of the philosophical Apollo and Diana. But this Latona is brown and blackish, and hath many moles in her face, which must be taken away by deobation or blanching. Some make their deobations of ceruse, sublimate mercury, talc reduced to oil and the like, by which they encrust, cover, and so would whiten the outside of her skin. But the whitening incrustations fall off by every wind or liquor, because they do not penetrate the inward parts, and so deceiving only their eyes by their false colors, are not regarded well by the philosophers. For the philosophers would have Latona's face made white by penetration, and by altering the skin itself, that is, truly, and not superficially, or by coloring alone. You may ask how this can be done. I answer, Latona must first be sought out and known, which, though she be drawn from a vile place, yet she must be sublimed to one more worthy. But if she be taken from a more worthy place, she is to be submersed in a place more vile, that is, into dung. For there indeed she grows white and becomes white lead, which, being obtained there, is no doubt of success. For from white lead proceeds the red lead, which is the beginning and end of the work. Emblem 12. The stone which Saturn vomited up, being devoured instead of his son Jupiter, is placed on the helicon as a monument to men. The Discourse. We find the allegory of Saturn to be taken diverse ways, for the astronomers reputed him the highest of the planets, and the students of chemistry the basest of metals, namely lead. The heathen poets say he was the father of Jupiter, the son of heaven. The mythologists explain him by the notion of time, but though all these may seem to have a probable opinion according to their own sense, yet they will never be able to explain certain things which are elsewhere spoken of Saturn, such as why he should devour his sons and vomit up a stone instead of Jupiter, or why he should be the finder out or discoverer of truth, why he should be remarkable for his scythe and serpent, or his blackness, moroseness, and distorted feet. The mythologists think they give the best interpretation when they say, time reveals and manifests truth out of darkness, that it rolls itself around and glides away like a serpent, and that it cuts all things down with death as with a scythe, that he devours his sons, to wit, all beings that he ever begot, but that he cannot consume or digest hard stones, and therefore may be said to vomit them up again. These may in part have some resemblance to the truth, but they do not agree in the truth of the things in all its circumstances. But the experienced philosophers say that Saturn is first in their work, and that if he be really present, they cannot err, for truth is discovered in darkness, and nothing comes into existence without blackness. Wherefore they say in the Turba Philosophorum, whatever color comes after blackness is praiseworthy, because it is the beginning of the work. And the Rosary out of Arnoldus says, when it first glows black, we say it is the key of the work, because that cannot be made without blackness. And out of the speculum when you are working, see that in the beginning you obtain a black color, for then you will be certain that you cause putrefaction, and proceed in the right method. And again, that blackness is cold earth, which is made by a light decoction, and is often reiterated till blackness be most eminent. Hence they say that Saturn possessed the earth, Mercury the water, Jupiter the air, Sol the fire. Blackness therefore is Saturn, the discoverer of truth, who devours a stone instead of Jupiter. For blackness is a dark cloud covering the stone at first, so that it cannot be seen. Thence Morienus says each body that wants a soul is dark and obscure, and Hermes prescribes thus: take his brain and wear or rub it with sharpest vinegar or urine of boys till it becomes dark. This being performed, he lives in putrefaction, and the dark clouds that were upon him and his body before he died are returned. This stone is again cast up by Saturn when he becomes white, and then it is placed upon the top of Helicon as a monument to mortals, as Hesiod writes. For whiteness is really hid in blackness, which is extracted out of his belly, that is, out of the stomach of Saturn. Therefore, saith Democritus, cleanse tin with a special absolution, extract from it its blackness and obscurity, and the whiteness of it will appear. And in the turba, it is said, join the dry with the moist, that is, the black earth with its water, and decoct it till it becomes white. Arnold, in his work called Novum Lumen, chapter 4, very well expresses the same thing when he says, that moisture, therefore, which cured the blackness in the decoction shows itself to be dried up when the white color begins to appear. And a little after, and my master said to me that brownness ascended because the whiteness was drawn out of the belly of the blackness, as is said in the turba. For when you see it black, know that whiteness is hid in the belly of the blackness first appearing. As this blackness is called Saturn, so it is likewise called lead. Thence Agadamon in the turba says, decoct the ice or brass till the blackness which they call money comes forth, and mix well the materials of our art, and then you will presently find blackness, which is the lead of the philosophers, so much spoken of in their books. Amigamus has relation to this, when he says that the splendor of Saturn, when he ascends into the air, appears no otherwise than darkened. And so Plato, in the Rosary, the first regimen of Saturn is to putrefy and put it upon soul. From all of which it is evident that the sense of the philosophers when they speak of Saturn is quite different from the vulgar acceptation. This Saturn generates Jupiter, which is an obscure whiteness, and Jupiter begets upon Latona first Diana, which is perfect whiteness, and then Apollo, which is redness. And this is the successive permutation of perfect colors. This stone cast up by Saturn is said to be placed upon the top of a mountain as a monument for men, which is a thing most true. Emblem 13. The philosopher's brass is dropsical and desires to be washed 7 times in a river, as Naaman the leper was in Jordan. The Discourse. That Naaman the Syrian should, at the prophet's command, take a journey into Judea to wash himself 7 times in the river of Jordan, is to be ascribed to the confidence he placed in the prophet's words, but that he was freed from leprosy by that washing is a miracle of the divine omnipotence. For the leprosy, being seated in the blood and radical parts of a man's body, is as it were an universal canker, which cannot be taken away or cured by an external washing, much less by cold water such as that of the Jordan. So likewise that the philosopher's brass, laboring under the disease of a dropsy, should be freed from it by washings of water, and that even an imperfect thing should be made perfect, and a sick thing healthy, and that to so great a degree as to be able to impart its health to sick bodies, must be next to a miracle. For such an example is not elsewhere extant in nature, nor is it indeed the ordinary course of nature to produce the philosopher's most absolute tincture, unless it be governed by art, and fit subjects be administered to it with the external efficient. So the restitution of luxations, that is, things dislocated or out of joint, is not peculiar to nature, but to art. Nevertheless, the os sacrum opens itself miraculously at the birth of a child, that the infant may come forth thereby as through a door, and in this the most great and merciful God operates by nature above nature. So that the stone should be perfected seems a thing supernatural, though it really be natural. From whence the rosary, you must know, says he, that our airy and volatile stone, according to that which is manifest and apparent, is cold and moist, but according to that which is occult and hidden, is hot and dry. And that coldness and moisture which is manifest and is a watery fume, corrupting, blackening, and destroying itself, flees from it by the fire, but the heat and dryness which is occult is hot and dry gold, and a most pure oil, able to penetrate bodies, and is in no way fugitive, because the heat and dryness of alchemy tingeth, and no other thing whatever. See, therefore, that the coldness and moisture which is manifest be equal to the heat and dryness which is in the occult, so that they may both agree and be joined together, being at once made one penetrating, tinging, and fixing body. But these moistures must be destroyed by fire, and degrees of fire with a soft temperament and an agreeable and moderate digestion. If this be true, how shall it be from waters? It may be answered, there are certain waters of hot and dry qualities, such as are many baths, in which it must be philosophically washed. For this is the meaning of what they say, wash with fire and burn with water. For that fire which washes and that water which burns differ in name only, but agree in effect and operation. Therefore, with this water or this fire, the philosophical ice or brass must be washed from its superfluous humors. That is, it must be dried. We have known experiments of dropsical bodies cured by 6 months' abstention from all manner of drink, or by burying them in hot sand and cow dung, or by putting them into a hot furnace and letting them sweat, and innumerable other helps, as likewise by drying baths, such as those of Carlsbad or Wiesbaden. By the same methods must this patient be cured, sometimes by waters, sometimes by the hot air of furnaces, now with cow dung, then with sand and abstinence from drinking. For these are the most effectual remedies in both cases. Some at one time are to be used, and some at another. But in all these things heat is the operator, which, by the emunctoria or pores of the body, draws out the superfluous waters. For the outward heat quickens the inward, that is, the vital spirits, that they may expel that moisture which is hurtful to them, as an unprofitable excrement, by which the natural heat was before suppressed as by an enemy. In this cure there is need of great diligence and precaution, lest whilst one bowel is relieved another may be hurt. In a quarton, which according to the Platonists will try the skill of a physician, we have experienced that thick, viscous humor, like the gum or glue of trees, being gathered together from all the veins or mass of blood, and descending through the vena cava or great vein even to the bottom of the back, where it obstructs the emulgent veins which draw the serous matter out of the blood or the passages of them. Thus they are less able to operate, and more of the serous matter remains in the body, and so in a short time, if care not be taken, a dropsy may happen, the other bowel being in no way hurt at the first. Here diuretica do little or no good, purgatives, yet less unless diminution or education be made in some certain series of time. Sudorifics manifestly do harm, because they draw out the more subtle parts, and leave the thicker, and if they are continued will weaken the body. For nature's custom is to find that way of evacuating the serous matter through the pores only when she is obstructed about the bladder. One, therefore, is Scylla, the other is Charybdis, both of which he that shall hath a mind to preserve himself ought to avoid. That dropsy which proceeds from an impaired liver or spleen is the most difficult to be cured, but in the philosophical brass the cure is not impossible, the distemper being rather by accident and secondary than essential and primary. This is provided it be undertaken cautiously, as we have said concerning the plenty of serum in a quarton, to wit, that it may not by too much excitation fall into a consumption, or by too much moisture fall into such a dropsy as may be difficult to be cured. Emblem 14. This is the dragon that devours his tail. The Discourse. It is the saying of the ancients that a serpent that has devoured a serpent becomes a dragon, for like a thief or a murderer it preys upon its own kind. There were such serpents in Africa, of a vast bigness and in great numbers, which devoured part of Alexander's army. The larger are bred among the Ascaeans, a people of Ethiopia, which, being placed together after the manner of herds do, with their heads erected, make their way to better pastures. It is reported that the kings of India nourished 2 dragons, one of 80, the other of 90 cubits in bigness. It is remarked by the observations of later writers of these times that there are serpents found near Angola which equal the mainmast of ships. So there is a report that in some mountains of India and Africa there is greatness of gold, but that it is kept by dragons, lest any person should come and take it away. For at the fountains or rivulets which fall from the mountains the dragons meet, and so by accident are said to keep watch over the gold enclosed in them. For this reason do the philosophers assign so many dragons to their treasury as to the golden fleece, the garden of the Hesperides, and the others persons or chemical subjects such as Cadmus, Saturn, Asclepius, and Mercury, whose caduceum is bound with 2 serpents, a male and female, for they mean nothing else by dragons but chemical subjects. Hence they say, Dant rebus montes draconis terraque fontes, dragons to rebus do give mountains, and the earth does give him fountains. And they denote his extreme hunger by his devouring his tail, which, though some may interpret this as the year returning into itself and resembling a circle, yet it was first applied to their work by the philosophers, who by this dragon would have such a serpent understood as devours another of its own kind, and which is properly called sulphur, as all of them attest in innumerable places. Thus Lully says in his Codicillus, chapter 31, This, my son, saith he, is sulphur, and this the serpent and dragon devouring his tail, the rearing lion and sharp sword cutting, mortifying and tearing all things. And the rosary says the dragon does not die unless he be killed with his brother and sister. And a little after, the dragon is argent viva, extracted out of bodies, having in itself a body, soul, and spirit. This, in the same place, by another name, is called stinking water, which is to be had after the separation of the elements. Now the dragon is said to devour his tail when he consumes the voluble, venomous, and moist part, so that afterwards, being without a tail, he may seem more corpulent and slower, as if his motion and volubility had in a great measure consisted in his tail. Other animals move upon their feet, but serpents, dragons, and such like vermin use the constriction and explication of their bodies instead of feet, and like flowing water incline themselves sometimes this way, sometimes that, as may be seen in most rivers which run obliquely in circuits and turn their courses like serpents. The philosophers therefore did not without reason call argent viva by the name of a serpent, and give serpents to Mercury, seeing that also does, as it were, draw its tail and run sometimes this way and sometimes another, with a voluble weight. For as a serpent moves, so also does Mercury, who therefore has wings upon his feet and head. It is reported that in Africa there are flying serpents which would depopulate all places if they were not destroyed by the bird called ibis. Wherefore ibis is placed among the sacred images of the Egyptians, as much for the manifest good that it does to the whole country, as for a secret reason which very few of them understand. This dragon, having devoured his tail and cast his old skin, is said to acquire both a new skin and new youthfulness. Thus, nature has granted longer life not only to crows, ravens, eagles, and larks, but likewise to the race of serpents. The ant, when it grows old, has wings. So have many other worms. Man growing old is put into the earth, but brought upward from the earth is consecrated to eternal life. There is a powder made of every serpent, when it is burnt, which is safely taken against all poisons, and that with very good effect. Such as alexipharmacum also ought to be made of this dragon when he hath devoured his tail, which is likewise usually cut off in vipers, and it will prove a most effectual and present remedy against the adversities of body and fortune. Emblem 15. Let the work of the potter, consisting of dryness and moisture, instruct you. The Discourse. As this terrestrial orb is made into one round body by a complication of earth and water, so likewise the potter's work seems to be compounded of the same particular elements, that is, the dry and the moist, so that one may temper the other. For if the earth should be without water, and no ocean, sea, lake, river, or fountain should be near it, the earth could bring forth nothing of itself, but must perpetually remain unfruitful. So if water should not be received into the cavities of the earth, but stand round about it, it would easily cover the whole face of it, and so it would remain uninhabitable. The one entering amicably into the other, and water moderating the dryness of the earth, and earth the moisture of the water, by a mutual commixture the fruitfulness and advantages of both elements do very speedily appear. In like manner, the potter mixes clay with water, and that so he may make the mass tractable which he shapes upon his wheel, and he sets it in warm air so it may dry leisurely. Then he adds the violence of fire, that his vessels may be well hardened and condensed into a durable stone which can resist both fire and water. So the philosophers say we must proceed in the natural work, and they therefore set the potter before us as an example. For it is certain as to the dry and moist, that is, the earth and water, that they have a very great affinity. But there is also no doubt that they have many differences in their way of coction and in the matter of form of the elements that are to be compounded. For the potter's vessels have a form that's artificial, but the philosophic tincture has one that is altogether natural and so much nobler than theirs, as also the matter of it is more excellent than theirs. Each of them is indeed the work of earth, but there is nothing said to be in the philosophical which hath not ascended and attained to the heaven of air, whereas in the other a thick and feculent earth is predominant. The effect of both is a stone. This is a common, that a philosophical one. By which similarities, a certain person, being seduced, put a great number of artificial stones or tiles into one chest, and the whiter sort of flints into another, using diabolical conjurations over them, that one might be turned into silver, the other into pure gold. But when these were imagined to be the stones of the philosophers, and after a great sum of money has been expended in purchasing several things, the new gold and silver which were expected at a certain time did not appear, and none of the stones, as it was hoped, received conversion. Death came very opportunely to put an end to his shame and folly, for gold and silver is not to be sought for in the thing wherein they are implanted by nature, and diabolical magic is so far from having any place in these works that it is as distant from them as the author of such acts is from a devout and pious man, or as hell from heaven. So, although a man should have the true philosophical stone, yet let not anyone imagine that impossibilities can be performed by it, as Isaac admonishes us. No man by law of nature or policy can be bound to things impossible. As for the transmutation of gems and making glass able to endure the hammer, any man may know whether they are possible by investigating if they are agreeable to nature. Geber affirms concerning the philosophers that they speak many things by allegories, and he says of himself that when he has spoken clearly he has said nothing. But when under a figure, there he has hid the truth as wheat under chaff. Those things which a man sows, the same he shall reap, which saying takes place in vegetables and animals, though different species may sometimes proceed from the things sowed. But whether these things ought to be applied to metals which are not propagated by seed is worthy of consideration. In these the parts are only homogeneous, as sulfur and argent viva. In those they are heterogeneous or organical. In these are no receptacles of seed. In those there are. In these is found no nutrition, augmentation, or extension into all dimensions, but those have them all to the greatest degree. Lastly, these are elemented weights admitting nothing else but mixture, whereas they, besides mixture, have also a vegetative or sensitive soul. Nevertheless, it is true, without doubt, that there is something in places under the earth, which as yet is not gold, but by nature will become gold after 1,000 years. And who will deny this to be the analogical seed of gold? Both gold and the aurific nature are of one original, though the latter be of the more noble form, and therefore the seed of gold being known, the seed of the other will likewise be known. The philosophers affirm that it is the dry and moist that is sulfur and argent viva, and that it is to be extracted out of 2 mountains in the greatest purity. Emblem 16. One lion hath wings, and the other hath none. The Discourse. It is a thing known by experience that a lion does not so much excel other animals either in bigness and strength of body as in the generousness of his nature. When he is hunted, being ashamed to run away, he makes his retreat leisurely, if he finds himself oppressed by multitudes. When he is out of the view of his pursuers, he makes haste away, thinking the baseness of his flight is atoned for by his endeavor to conceal it. He leaps upon the prey that he follows, but he never uses that motion in his retreat. His bones are solid, without any vacuity, and are said to be so hard that fire will be struck out of 2 of them as from a steel and flint. He fears fire above all things. He seems to derive his substance from the nature of the sun, for in force and heat he excels other animals, as the sun doth the stars. He always appears with fiery and open eyes, as the sun beholds the earth with an open fiery eye. A lioness, fighting for her whelps, fixes her eyes upon the ground, lest she should be affrighted at the hunter's spear. When the lion perceives the coition of the panther, he takes revenge upon the lioness for adultery, and inflicts severe punishment. She therefore washes away the scent in a river, or, being conscious of her offense, doth follow the adulterer, flying for fear of the mate. The philosophers, therefore, observing the wonderful nature of this beast, have made diverse allegories from him, which they use as so many hieroglyphical writings relating to their secret work. And finding the lion to be a firm and constant animal, void of deceit himself, and consequently of suspicion of others, they resemble the best part of their philosophical work, so noble a character. For as he flies not, so neither does that. As his bones are solid, so that is fixed, and knows no conqueror. But as the lioness is not always innocent and free from adultery, so neither is Luna or Mercury without some spot or blemish, but by the ignorant is joined sometimes to one, sometimes to another sort of matter, from whence an adulterous conjunction of things different in nature may be said to proceed, rather than a true matrimony to be contracted. For the products of the lioness and the leopard have no comely manes about their neck and shoulders, which is the signal ornament of the lion's legitimate offspring. Therefore let the philosophical lioness be joined to her proper male, and there will be born a whelp that is genuine and generous, which may easily be known by his paw. But this should not be any sort of lioness, but one that has wings, which may be able to fight and contest with the lion, as relying upon the swiftness of her plumes, that she may not be suppressed by the violence of his wrath, but may be prepared for flight, if at any time he become furious, without just reason. For when she is about to fly away and he retards her, he is incited with a greater love towards her, and a firmer friendship is contracted after such a variance. But you will ask, who ever saw a lioness with wings, or what use could be made of her plumes? There is a deep valley near the mountain Catherinum, in which are seen none but flying lionesses. But to the top of that mountain there resorts a red lion, of the same kind as that which was slain by Hercules. The lion therefore must be taken and brought into the valley, and then immediately he will be coupled with the winged lioness. She also will suffer easily herself to be overcome, because like will be seduced by like. Afterwards they must both be advanced out the said valley to the top of the mountain, and henceforth they will never desert one another, but will always remain together in inviolable wedlock. The taking of these lions, I confess, is not easy, but liable to many dangers. But nevertheless it must be attempted. A lion feeds not with the lioness, but wanders apart, as tradition relates. Therefore they are to be sought and hunted for in different places. But if these two lions can be taken when they are whelps, when their claws first appear and they begin to walk, which is 2 months after their birth, then afterwards they may be joined upon their coming to riper age, and the whole matter will be effected without any danger. But they are born in the springtime, which requires the closest observation. Seeing the lions, after whelping, use cross and winding ways, lest their den should be found out, great care and diligence must be used to seek them and deprive them of their whelps. Emblem 17. 4 orbs govern this work of fire. The Discourse. The philosophers in many places make mention of 4 sorts of fire necessary to the natural work, namely, Lully, the author of the Scala, Ripley, and many others. The Scala says that Raymond speaks thus of fires. It is to be remarked that here lie contrary operations, because as the fire, contrary to nature, doth dissolve the spirit of a fixed body into the water of a cloud, and binds the body of a volatile spirit into a congealed earth, so contrariwise the fire of nature congeals the dissolved spirit of a fixed body into a globular earth, and resolves the body of the volatile spirit fixed by the fire, contrary to nature, not into the water of a cloud, but into philosophical water. Ripley speaks more clearly of these fires. Gate 3, stanza 15. 4 fires there be which you must understand, natural, innatural, against nature, also elemental, which doth bren the bond. These 4 fires use we and no mo. Fire against nature must do the body's woe. That is our dragon as I thee tell, firstly brenning as fire of hell. 16. Fire of nature is the 3rd menstrual. That fire is naturally in everything, but fire occasionate we call innatural, and heat of ascus and balmus for putrefying. Without these fires thou may not bring to putrefaction, for to be separate, thy matters together proportionate. 17. Therefore make fire thy glass within, which brenneth the bodies more than fire. Elemental, if thou wilt win our secret according to thy desire, then shall thy seeds both root and spire, by help of fire occasionate, that kindly after that they may separate. They are called fires because they have a fiery virtue, the natural in coagulating, the unnatural in dissolving. The fire against nature in corrupting, and the elementary in administering heat and the first motion. And there is an order observed in them like that of a chain, that the second may be incited to action by the first, the third by the second, and the fourth by the third and first, so that one be both agent and patient in a different respect. That which is observed of iron rings held together by a magnet and joined by mutual contact may be seen likewise in these fires, for the elementary, like a magnet, doth send forth its virtue through the second and third, even into the fourth, and joins one to the other by mutual operations, and causes them to cohere together till internal action be effected amongst the uppermost. The first is elementary fire, both in name and substance. The second is aerial or volatile. The third is watery, or of the nature of Luna. The fourth is earthy. There is no need of speaking of the first, because it is present to every man's sight and feeling. The other 3 are the dragons, menstruums, waters, sulfurs, or mercuries. Dragons, because partaking of venom, they devour serpents of their own race, and alter whatever bodies are mixed with them, that is, dissolve and coagulate them. They are called menstruums because the philosopher's infant is produced and nourished from them till the time of his birth. Lully, in his book of Quinta Essentia, verse 3, has a double menstruum, a vegetable and a mineral. Ripley, in the preface to his Gates, has 3, which agree and are but one in reality. For the generation of the infant is made from them all, and white water proceeds its birth, which is not of the substance, but of the superfluity of the infant, and therefore is to be separated. They are waters because in fire they show a watery nature. That is, they flow and are liquid, which are properties of water. It is certain that the properties of water are diverse and wonderful, some whereof do petrify, being coagulated into hard stones suitable for building. Not unlike these are the mineral waters of the philosophers, which grow harder and turn into a stony resistance. They are likewise called sulfur, from the sulphurous virtue which they have in them. For the sulfur of nature is mixed and made one with the other sulfur, and the 2 sulfurs are dissolved by one, and one is separated by 2, and the sulfurs are contained by the sulfurs, as Iximidius says in the Turba. Now, what sulfurs are Dardarus in the same place declares in these words: sulfurs are souls hidden in the 4 elements, which, being extracted by art, do naturally contain one another and are joined together. But if you can by water govern and well purify that which is hidden in the belly of the sulfur, that hidden thing meeting with its own nature rejoineth it, even as water with its like. Mosius also saith, I will now tell you what it is. One indeed is argent viva, and that fiery. The second is a body compounded in it. The third is the water of sulfur by which it is first washed, corroded, and governed, till the whole work is perfected. What has been said of sulfurs, the same must be understood of so many mercuries, for so says the same Mosius, Argent viva, cambar is magnesia. But argent viva or orpiment is sulfur, which ascends from a mixed compound. But I shall produce no more testimonies, because they are infinite. These 4 fires are included in the 4 orbs or spheres. That is, each has its particular center from which and to which their motions tend. But nevertheless they are kept so bound together, partly by nature and partly by art, that the one can operate little or nothing without the other, so that the action of the one is the passion of the other, and so the contrary. Emblem 18. Fire loves making things fiery, but unlike gold, it does not make gold. The Discourse. Nature's way of working in all individuals of the universe is to use one single process to complete and perfect one single motion, as appears in the anatomy of man's body, in which one muscle only serves for one motion, that is, the attractive, but another opposite to the first for the expansive, so that if any member is to be brought into a bending motion, it must be effected by various muscles put into a circle. So the operation of fire is one and single, that is, to make hot or be fiery and to assimilate to itself, and burn all things to which it is applied, if they be combustible. Hence Avicenna says in his book of Congelation of Stones, "What falls into salt pits becomes salt, and what falls into fire becomes fire, but some things sooner, some more slowly, according to the power of the actives and resistance of the passives. And there is a place in Arabia which coloreth all bodies which exist in it of its own color, so each natural thing possesses a virtue infused into it by nature, by which it acts upon those things which are mixed or applied to it, by assimilating or altering their nature and form. That which in vegetables and animals is generation by the propagation of seeds, the same process in simple and simply mixed bodies is the infusion of virtue and assimilation. Thus the sun, the light of heaven, casts its rays upon the earth, which, when collected into concaves or burning glasses, demonstrate themselves to be produced from such a cause, and to seem as if they were the projectable forms of the sun. From whence it is evident that the rays of the sun are nothing else but a fiery flame extended and dispersed into an ample latitude, which, being collected and condensed again into itself by concavous, diaphanous, circular, and repercussive instruments, such as concavous and steel mirrors, do shine forth as a flame, and burn all that approaches it. In the same manner, there is a certain virtue dispersed as a vapor throughout every elemented body, which, if it be gathered together and attracted into one, turns into water, and from that water into earth. Hence Avicenna, in the place quoted before, says that water becomes earth when the qualities of earth overcome it, and so on the contrary. But there is a certain matter which some ingenious men use when they would coagulate to form a thing that is dry. This matter is compounded of 2 waters, and is called lac virginis. So far that author. There are some who think themselves able to double or further multiply the virtues of the lodestone, one of which kind we have seen set in silver of scarce a pound weight, which attracted and held up an iron anchor of 28 pound, which it was impossible for it to have done it if its force had not been increased and strengthened, which undoubtedly was effected by the revocation of the dispersed virtues into one point, or by the attraction of them from a greater body into a less. There are others who affirm that a lead-making stone may be made of the sulphurous breath of Saturn, infused and retained by common mercury, till it be coagulated, which immediately turns common mercury into lead. Some boast that they can, from antimony or its stellated regulus, make copper from the fume of copper in as short a space as a man can eat an egg, and further, that they have made all metals in such a way. I will not detract from their reputations, though to me it does not seem probable. I know not whether they are more confident or successful who endeavor to deduce gold from gold, according to the saying of the Porta Aureus, "He that desires barley sows only barley. In gold are the seeds of gold." Every natural thing hath indeed a virtue of multiplying itself, but this is brought into action in vegetables and animals only, not in metals, minerals, earthly fossils, or meteors. Some plants, sprung from a small grain of seed, do oftentimes yield 1,000 seeds or more, and so multiply and propagate themselves, and so yearly animals also have their product in greater or lesser number, according to each of their natures. But gold, silver, lead, tin, iron, copper, or argent viva are never known to multiply themselves or their kind after that manner, although it is often found that one may be commuted into another and made more noble. Nevertheless, the philosophers affirm that the principle of ignifying is in fire, and so that of aurifying is in gold, but the tincture must be sought for, by whose intermediation gold is to be made. You must search for this in its own proper principles and generations, and not in things of another nature. For if fire produceth fire, a pear, a horse, then lead will generate lead, and not silver. Gold will generate gold, and not the tincture. But besides all this, the philosophers have a peculiar gold, which they do not deny must be added to the aurific stone as a ferment at the end of the work, seeing it leads the thing fermented into its own nature, without which the whole composition would never return to perfection. Emblem 19. If you kill one of the four, they will all suddenly die. The Discourse. The poets feign that Geryon, king of Spain, consisted of 3 bodies, and that he had oxen of a purple color, and that a dog with 2 heads and a dragon with 7 were set over them to watch them. The same Geryon is reported to be the son of Chrysaor, sprung from the blood of Medusa, as the dragon was from that of Typhon and Echidna. But since all these agree neither with history nor the truth, and yet fall in exactly with the chemical allegories, we think we have reduced them to that proper head by applying them to that subject. For by the threefold body of Geryon we understand 3 faces beheld in one father, according to the sense of Hermes, or as others would have it, 4 faces. They, having regard to the 4 elements, for a triangle must be made of a quadrangle, as that was made of a circle, and so this must return into a circle. Now, there is so great a consanguinity and natural conjunction of the bodies of Geryon, or the elements, that one being overcome and slain, the rest also die of themselves and putrefy, without the application of any manual force. As to things with 2 bodies, it is well known that one being dead, the other wastes and consumes, as we saw in Italy of a boy of 4 years old who had 2 bodies. The head of one brother was hid within the body of the other, and was fixed to him just at the navel, and so hung down from thence, and being much less than him, was carried about by him. If you pressed the hands or feet of the lesser more hard than ordinary, the bigger felt the pain, nay, and hunger too, when the belly of the latter was empty for want of sustenance. And this is the combination and sympathy of nature, whereby the members and parts of one and the same body, or of a body joined and born with another, are mutually moved and affected together, whereof if one be sound and unhurt, it is not necessary that the others should so remain. But if one be grievously hurt, the rest do also sympathize and perish by the same malady. So if one neighbor gains much money, yet no profit accrues thereby to another of his neighbors, but if he suffers loss by fire, his neighbor receives much damage, for your affairs are in danger when the next house is taken fire. Therefore it is in no way repugnant to truth that from the death of one of these brothers the destruction of the rest should happen. This may come to pass by diverse means, either because they were born at the same birth from one father and mother, and therefore as they had the same beginning, so likewise they have the same period of their days, which thing, as we have read, has happened to some persons. Or perhaps by the inclination of the stars, or by being joined together not only in their souls, but also in the ligaments of their bodies, or by a consternation of mind such as strong imagination in time of pestilence, or by the vow of a league. In the Indies, under the dominions of the great Mogul, he that now reigns being the 9th successor from Tamerlane, there are certain Gentiles who go by the name of Pythagoreans, among whom this ancient custom is observed, that if the husband die, the wife is burnt with fire, or lives in perpetual infamy, deserted by all, and esteemed as a dead woman, which was therefore ordained that wives might be afraid of poisoning their husbands, unless they also are resolved to die with them. So, in the philosophical work, when one brother is dead, the others perish by fires, not compelled, but voluntarily, that they may not survive in infamy and sorrow. Or if one be assaulted with a club, sword, or stone, he will raise a civil war with his brethren, as in those giants sprung out of the earth, who were born from dragon's teeth to oppose Jason, and who at another time and place rose up to resist Cadmus. In this manner will all of them fall by a mutual destruction of one another. For touch or hurt him that carries air, and he will rise up against two together that are nearest him, namely, against him which carries water, and him that carries fire. And these will on both sides oppose themselves against him that carries earth, and him that first promoted the quarrel, till they have received mutual wounds of which they will die. For it is thus resolved among the brothers that the more earnestly and vehemently they love one another, so if once they begin to hate, their anger shall be more implacable, and not be appeased but by death. This can be compared to the sweetest honey, which, in a stomach too hot or liver corrupted, is turned into the most bitter gall. Kill him, therefore, that is alive, but so that you may bring him to life again when he is dead. Otherwise, his death will not avail you. For his death will be an advantage to him after his resurrection, and death and darkness and the sea will fly from him, as Hermes testifies in Capitulum 3 of the Tractatus Aureus, verse 9. And the dragon which observed the holes will fly from the rays of the sun, and our dead son liveth, and the king cometh from the fire. Bellinus, in his metaphor in the Rosary, mentions the same thing. And let this be done when you have drawn me partly from my nature, and my wife partly from her nature. You must then also kill the natures, and we are raised up with a new incorporeal resurrection, so that afterwards we cannot die. Emblem 20. Nature teaches nature how to subdue fire. The Discourse. The common token and symbol by which the philosophers may know one another is that nature is guided, taught, governed, and subdued by nature, as a scholar by a mistress, a waiting maid by her lady, a subject by a queen, a daughter by a mother, or a kinswoman by a kinswoman. The truth of this appears by daily experience in the education of youth amongst men, the institutions of learning, government, and the like. Pliny writes of nightingales that one teaches, attends, observes, imitates, and overcomes. Another, in singing or being overcome, laments, and that sometimes being vanquished in the conflict and her throat torn with her notes, she perishes and falls down dead in the midst of her singing. We see also how all sorts of birds begin to instruct and accustom their young ones, being yet tender and not quite fledged, how to fly. So it is not only nature but art and use that brings them to the habit of flying, though nature alone gave power and organs for the exercising of that action, without which no art or institution can find place or foundation. So colts are taught to run by the mare, whelps to bark by the bitch, and young foxes to be cunning by their den. Nor is there any animated or sensitive nature or species of nature which does not guide, instruct, and govern another nature, which is its offspring, or else suffer itself to be overcome by another nature as a parent. We do not find such discipline in vegetables, but the use and handiwork of man is observed to prevail much upon them. For whilst the corn is in the blade, it may be cleansed from tares and unprofitable thistles. Whilst a tree is yet a twig, it may be bent and made to grow as you please. And so in metals and philosophical subjects, one nature keeps, preserves, and defends another nature in fire, as is known to founders and refiners, but especially to masters of natural things. Iron added to silver or gold, being yet very tender and spiritual, mixed in its mines with cadmia, arsenic, or depredating, devouring antimony, becomes very helpful and performs the part of a midwife if it be cast upon the minerals to be burnt in the fire of furnaces. After the same manner, when iron itself is to be changed into steel, it is saved from burning by some white stones that are found upon the seashore. Some do cast the powders of crystal glass or the gall of glass upon metallic powder to be dissolved, that they may not perish by overmuch fire. For this purpose, the philosophers use Utica, which Morianus Romanus says is the gall of glass, and to be had in glass vessels. For the heat of fire consumes the body with hasty burning, but when Utica is applied, it will cure bodies changed into earth from any burning. For when bodies do no longer retain their souls, they are soon burnt. Utica, the fax of glass, is indeed agreeable to all bodies, for it revives and prepares them, and defends them from all burning. This, therefore, is the nature which teaches another nature to fight against fire and to be inured to fire. This is the mistress that instructs the scholar, and if you consider well, the queen governing the subject and the daughter giving honor to her mother. This is the red servant which is joined in matrimony with his odoriferous mother, and of her begets a progeny far more noble than its parents. This is Pyrrhus, son of Achilles, the young man with red hair, golden vestments, black sword and shield, against the dragon, that he may rescue from his jaws the pure and unviolated virgin named Albifica, Bea, or Blanca. This is the monster-killing Hercules, who freed Hesione, the daughter of Laomedon, from that monstrous whale which she was exposed to. This is that Perseus, who, by showing the head of Medusa, defended Andromedes, the daughter of Cassiopeia, and Cepheus, and Cepheus, king of the Ethiopians, from a sea monster, and having freed her from the chains afterwards, married her. This is he that may be compared with those ancient Romans, the restorers and deliverers of their country, M. Curtio, L. Scaevola, Horatio Cocleti, Manlio Capitolino, and the rest, who can free a city as well as his mother from dangers. For this is the way and method of nature, tending to the perfection of any work. She deduces one thing from another, and a more perfect thing from an imperfect, making an act out of a power. But she does not finish all in a moment, but by doing one thing after another, at last arrives at her end. Nor does she do this alone, but she likewise in the first place constitutes herself a deputy to whom she leaves the power of life and death, that is, the power of forming other things. For example, in the generation of a man she uses a long process of 10 months, but according to Aristotle she first perfects the other members which are necessary to nutrition, life, sense, and the generating power, and imparts to them life and vivifying spirits by its systole and diastole, that is, by the dilating and compressing of arteries, so long as it is not hindered by diseases and violence. And so one nature teaches another, which you must remark and follow as the most clear example of the philosophical work. Emblem 21. Make of the man and woman a circle, of that a quadrangle, of this a triangle, of the same a circle, and you will have the stone of the philosophers. The Discourse. Plato, that most excellent philosopher, was of the opinion that those notions or ideas which are the foundations of arts and sciences are, as it were, actually engraved and imprinted upon the mind of man, and that by the repetition and remembrance of them he can apprehend and know all manner of learning. To prove this, he introduced a young lad, rude and uninstructed, and asked him such geometrical questions that the youth might be perceived to answer right, whether he will or no, and although before he understood nothing of the matter, yet by these answers seemed to have penetrated into the depths of so abstruse a science. From whence he concluded that in children all discipline and doctrine is not at first taken in and learnt, but called to mind and brought by the memory, alluding by this to his annus magnus, or great year, of which he says that 48,000 solar years ago, before the revolution of the heaven, the same persons, things, and actions were then in being which are at the present time, whensoever that is. But every person may perceive that these things have no more foundations of truth in them than mere dreams. We do not deny that there are some sparks of notions and mere powers imprinted in us which must be reduced into act by institution, but we utterly deny that they are such or so great as to be the summaries of arts and sciences without any precedent instruction. It will then be asked from whence arts and sciences have proceeded if men have not invented them, or whether they were not at first delivered from heaven by the God of the nations. I answer by saying that burning coals may lie hid under ashes in so great a quantity that if the ashes were but removed, they would be sufficient for the dressing of meat or of warming oneself. But this is a different thing from affirming that only some small spark lies there, which, before it can be of use and administer a sufficient heat, must be cherished and nourished with fresh fuel by human act, care, and industry, or otherwise it would be easily extinguished. The Aristotelics assert the latter, as the Platonics do the former. Reason and experience seem to agree with this latter, whereas the first depends only upon imagination and fancy. Here it may be asked why Plato wrote over the door of his school that no one ignorant of geometry was there to be admitted, seeing he affirmed that little boys did actually know it. Are men more unlearned than boys? Or when they grow up, do they forget what they knew when children? That cannot be supposed, for we see that brutes do by the instinct of nature, as soon as they are brought forth, abhor and avoid the danger of fire, water, precipices, and the like. Yet an infant neither knows nor shuns such things. Why do not the bee, fly, and gnat precipitate themselves into the fire, seeing that they cannot know by experience that danger will arise from it? Because nature has taught them, but she has not done so by man when he is newly born. If geometry is so easy and natural to children, how comes it to pass that Plato did not know the quadrature of a circle, so that Aristotle, who was his scholar, affirms that it might be known but was not yet known? But that this was not unknown to the philosophers of nature is apparent from this, that they command a circle to be turned into a quadrangle, and this by a triangle to be reduced again to a circle. By a circle they understand the most simple body without angles, as by the quadrangle they do the four elements. It is as if they should say, the most simple corporeal figure that can be found is to be taken and divided into four elemental colors, becoming an equilateral quadrangle. Now, every man understands that this quadration is physical and agreeable to nature, by which far more benefit accrues to the public, and more light appears to the mind of man than by any mere theory of mathematics when abstracted from matter. To learn this perfectly, a geometrician acting upon solid bodies must inquire what is the depth of solid figures, as for example the profundity of sphere and cube must be known and transferred to manual use and practice. If the capacity or circumference of the sphere be 32 foot, how much will one of the sides of the cube be to equalize the capacity of this sphere? On the contrary, one might look back from the measures which the cube contains to the feet of each circumference. In like manner, the philosophers would have the quadrangle reduced into a triangle, that is, into a body, spirit, and soul, which three appear in the three previous colors before redness, that is, the body or earth in the blackness of Saturn, the spirit in the lunar whiteness as water, and the soul or air in the solar citrinity. Then the triangle will be perfect. But this again must be changed into a circle, that is, into an invariable redness, by which operation the woman is converted into the man and made one with him, and 6, the first of the perfect numbers, is absolved by 1, 2, and 6, the first of the perfect numbers, is absolved by 1, 2, having returned again to an unity in which there is rest and eternal peace. Emblem 22. Having acquired white lead, do the work of women, that is, cook. The Discourse. As the statues of Mercury used to be erected where 3 ways met, with inscriptions upon them to guide dubious travelers into the true way, so there are several remarkable sentences delivered by the philosophers, although they be scattered up and down in their obscure books and allegorical writings, which will direct the inquirers after truth and lead them, as it were, by the hand into the right path. The present emblematical inscription is one of these, the meaning whereof is that lead must be made of the philosophical brass, and tin of that lead which by Geber is called white lead, who likewise teaches us how, by washing, Saturn together with Mercury may pass into Jupiter. Wherefore credit is to be given to this index or direction, although it is spoken by Batus, if at any time thou wouldst discover the philosophical oxen, and what place they frequent. They are in the mountains and under the mountains. For many men affirm this, as Arnold in his Novum Lumen, Capitulum 1, that persons wandering in the mountains know not these animals, but they are openly sold at a very small price. In the highest mountains, snow and clouds are most commonly found even in summer, by which, as it were, by vapor and water, black lead is washed and turned into whiteness. But in the lowest valleys and their mines, their crystals are found congealed and hardened out of ice, i.e., the lapis specularis, which with talc is commended for making the face white and beautiful, if an oil be made thereof. But chiefly there is to be found clear and running Mercury, which, being well prepared, mends the blemishes of Saturn and advanceth him into the throne of Jupiter. However, this is not to be understood of Saturn and Jupiter as they are commonly found, for common metals do not enter into the physical work, but it is said of them when purged by a long preparation and made physical, that Saturn is the father of all the Gentiles, or rather of all searchers, after the golden work and the first gate of secrets. By him, says Rhasis in his epistle, the gates of science are opened. To him succeeds his son Jupiter, who expelled his father out of his kingdom and dismembered him lest he should beget more sons, and from that member cut off and thrown into the sea, Venus, the most beautiful of females, is born. From Jupiter, who is white lead prepared, the rest of the planets are produced, as Mars from Juno, Mercury from Maia, the daughter of Atlas, a mountain in Mauritania, Luna and Sol from Latona, which four are brought into the light by coction only, which is the work of women. By coction is understood the maturation and dispersion of the more crude parts, which is performed by Vulcan in the vessels of philosophy. For it is not to be supposed that it is common boiling which is the method of operation. It agrees with that only as to its end or intent. For as a woman matures fish in waters, that is, by resolving all superfluous moisture from them into waters and air, softens, boils, and seethes them, so the philosopher handles his subject in proper water, which is stronger than the sharpest vinegar, by macerating, liquefying, solving, coagulating, and mixing it in the vessel of Hermes, the joints of which, as it is requisite, are most strictly closed, lest the water exhale and that which is in the vessel be burnt. This is that vessel above the vessel, and the philosopher's pot, the balneum laconicum, or vaporous bath, in which the old man sweats. Some there are who boil fish, lobsters, crabs, and green peas in a double pot, so that the things before mentioned are placed in the upper pot, water being only in the lower, and the pots placed one above the other with orbs, lest the vapor should come forth. By which means the vapor of the water ascending only penetrates and matures the things contained, and makes them much more perfectly soft and tender than if they had been boiled in water. This is the most laudable way of the philosophers, whereby they soften that which is hard, dissolve that which is compact, and rarefy that which is thick. For it is air or an insensible vapor which matures, decocts, and perfects the fruit of trees, and not water crude and cold as it is. It is air also which tinges and colors the golden apples in the garden of the Hesperides. For if it is well considered, the ebullition of water, whereby raw flesh is boiled till it be fit to eat, is nothing else but rarefaction of waters, which bubbles easily vanish away, the air betaking itself from the waters to its own sphere, and the water, subsiding, into its own center. Emblem 23. When Pallas was born and Sol was in conjunction with Venus, it rained gold at Rhodes. The Discourse. Unless it were to be understood allegorically, it would be madness to affirm that gold ever rained upon the earth, for there are no gold-bearing rivers, nor mines in the clouds, that it may possibly be said to be produced there, nor is gold of so little a weight that it may be thought to be attracted thither by vapors. But a trope admits and excuses all these things, for so truly as Pallas actually sprang from the brain of Jupiter and Sol was joined in adultery with Venus, so truly also fell golden showers. Not as if we anyways doubt that both these have happened, but that we may remove the literal and vulgar sense from these things that are spoken, allegorically. For if we follow the plain words of this emblem, there is nothing more absurd, but if we attend to the meaning, there can be nothing more true. Now, Rhodes is an island, at first called Ophiusa, from the multitude of serpents, then Rhodes from the gardens of roses which flourished there, and lastly Colossacola from the colossus of the sun, which, being there, was esteemed one of the 7 wonders of the world. Hence the ancient philosophers, seeing that their mercurial matter, when it is crude, has the resemblance of a serpent, but after it is prepared and decocted, assumes to itself the purple color of a rose, have taken several of their similitudes from this island of Rhodes, and for the same reason ascribed to it that golden shower which fell upon Apollo's conjunction with Venus. This, being at first spoken figuratively, gave the Rhodeans a pretense to grow naughty upon their imagination that such great deities should desire to have an offspring conceived upon their island, and therefore they erected an idol to the sun of a most stupendous value and magnitude. For that colossus, as history relates, was 70 cubits high, and so placed that ships under full sail might pass between the legs. Its fingers were as big as ordinary statues, and few men could embrace its thumb. The artist was Charis Lindius, the disciple of Lysippus, who was 12 years in the finishing of it. After it had stood 56 years, it was overthrown by an earthquake, and yet, as it lay prostrate, was still thought wondrous. When the Soldan of Egypt conquered Rhodes, he is reported to have laden 900 camels with the brass of this statue. What Sol is among the planets, say the philosophers, that is gold among the metals, and this is chiefly appropriated to the sun in the respect of its heat, color, virtue, and essence. Hence, a golden rain is ascribed to the generation of the sun, and little suns are conceived by Venus. For Venus has a rosy color in her face, which if it be infused into the seed of Sol, the offspring which is hence produced must really be born at Rhodes. For the son of the philosophers is beautiful, and like roses, he draws and allures the eyes and minds of all men. He deserves love, therefore it is not strange that at his birth miracles should happen, for he is afterwards to be miraculous in all his works, and to raise up a shower of gold. He is brother of Augeas, the son of Sol, who had oxen for his patrimony, the dung of whom in 1 day's time was purged away by Hercules. He is also the brother of Aeetes, who possessed the golden fleece later obtained by Jason. It is reported of Pallas that she was born from the brain of Jupiter without a mother, and that she was called Tritonia because she was brought forth near the river Triton. She is feigned to be the goddess of wisdom, and is not undeservedly so esteemed, seeing she springs from the brain which is the seat of it. golden showers did likewise signify her birthday at Rhodes, and that so the time of her coming into this light might remain in the memory of mankind. For as at the time of a public rejoicing, whether it be the coronation of a king or the birth of a prince, there are gold medals thrown among the people, so the same was done at the birth of Pallas. For Pallas is Sophia or wisdom, who carries health in her right hand and riches in her left, providing at the same time both for man's ease and plenty. To her, Perseus brought the head of Medusa, which turned all things into stone, and was horrid in its appearance, with serpents and vipers instead of hares, which she afterwards placed in her shield to use it against her enemies, that is to say, rude and barbarous people who are therefore to be turned into stones. And in truth, wisdom or natural philosophy renders its incredulous and envious condemners quite stupid and void of sense and understanding by the means of that same thing from whence Chrysaor was born, who was the father of Geryon, who had 3 bodies. That is, by the means of the lapiditic Gorgonian blood, which is nothing else but the tincture of the philosophic stone. Emblem 24. A wolf devoured the king, and being burnt it restored him to life again. The Discourse. The hunger and voracity of a wolf is remarkably known to be very great, insomuch that when his prey is wanting, he will feed even upon the earth, with which he is likewise said to fill his belly when he is about to set upon large herds of cattle, that so being made heavier by that burden, he may resist more strongly and not easily be shaken off from his hold. When he enters a fold, he doth not only kill enough to satisfy his hunger, but through greediness destroys the whole flock. He is sacred to Apollo and Latona, because he stood by her when she was in labor, for Latona could not have delivered young unless he had been present. Hence, likewise, the wolf is thought acceptable to Apollo because he celebrated his birthday, as also because his eyes shine and cast forth light in the midst of the night. Therefore the breathless body of the king is thrown to the wolf when he is ravenously hungry, not to the end that the wolf should wholly consume and annihilate the king, but that by his own death the wolf should restore strength and life to him. For there is a certain amatorious virtue in the tail of the wolf, which is infused into the half-dead king, which makes him very desirable to all men upon the recovery of his former health and beauty. The Hyrcanians nourished dogs for no other use but that they might cast their dead bodies to be devoured by them, as Cicero tells us. And so the Massagetes give men that die of diseases as a prey to dogs. But the philosophers give their king to a wolf, nor indeed are they pleased with the custom of the Sabians, who carried out their dead in the same manner as dung, and threw their king upon the dunghills, nor that of the troglodytes of the Red Sea, who tied the necks of their dead men to their feet, and hurried them along with jests and laughter, and so put them into the ground without any consideration of the place of burial. But the philosophers chose to follow the custom of the Magi, who did not bury their dead bodies till they had first been torn to pieces by wild beasts, or of the Indians, who being crowned and singing the praises of the gods, commanded themselves to be burnt alive, lest old age should come upon them. But these customs were imposed upon them all, without any hopes of resurrection or renewal of life. Things are far otherwise disposed among the philosophers, for they certainly know that from their king devoured by a wolf there will appear one that is alive, strong, and young, and that the wolf must be burnt in his stead. For when the belly of the wolf is so gorged, he will easily be slain. But although the king be dead, he hath a martial or Signian virtue, that he can neither be wounded nor consumed. But where is this wolf to be hunted, or whence this king to be taken? The philosophers answer that the wolf wanders up and down in the mountains and valleys that he may seize his prey, which must be drawn out of their dens and preserved for use. But the king, being fatigued with the long journey he has taken from the east, at length falls down, and his death is then hastened by his grief, seeing himself among strangers, deprived of all his honors, and so little esteemed as for a small price to be sold into slavery. But it is necessary that the wolf must be taken out of a cold region, for those that are bred in cold countries are more fierce than in Libya or Egypt, by reason of their greater hunger occasioned by the external cold. Hence, the devoured king revives with the heart of a lion, and is able afterwards to conquer all beasts. And although he is the meanest in aspect among his 6 brothers, being the youngest of them all, yet after many miseries and tribulations he shall at last come to the most powerful kingdom. Hereupon Gratianus in the Rosary saith, "In alchemy there is a certain noble body which moved from master to master, in whose beginning there shall be misery with vinegar, but in the end joy with gladness." And Alanus in the same place says, "There is one thing to be chosen out of all, which is of a livid color, having a clear liquid metallic species, and is a thing hot and moist, watery and combustible, and is a living oil and living tincture, a mineral stone, and water of life of wonderful efficacy." It is not always safe for kings to travel out of the confines of their kingdoms, for if they endeavor to conceal themselves and yet happen to be known by their adversaries, they are taken for spies and imprisoned. If being known they would proceed without an army, they are in the same manner of danger. And so it has happened to this Indian king, or if he had not been prevented by death, it would so have happened. This capture is the first sublimation, lotion, and nobilitation which the philosophers use, that the second and third may be performed with more happy success. For the second and third without the first are of no moment, the king being as yet pusillanimous, drowsy, and sick. For he must first require subsidies and tributes of his subjects, by which he may purchase himself garments and other necessaries, and afterwards he will be rich enough and able to new clothe all his subjects as often as he pleases. For great things, being generally sprung from small beginnings, can afterwards raise up small things, or even suppress great ones, if such their pleasure be. As appears by some cities, which at first were small, but were governed by mighty kings, and so from villages became populous and magnificent towns. Emblem 25. The dragon does not die unless he be slain by a brother and a sister, which are Sol and Luna. The Discourse. In the acquisition of the golden fleece, the dragon was first to be killed, which labor having been in vain attempted by many men, they were overcome by the dragon and destroyed with his deadly poison. The reason was because they were not sufficiently armed against his venom, nor instructed by what device he might be slain. But Jason the physician neglected no manner of remedies, several of which he received from Medea, the counsel of his mind, and among them the images of Sol and Luna, by the true use of which he obtained the victory which was the golden fleece. Therefore the dragon was slain by Sol and Luna, or by their images, as the philosophers often observe. So the author of the Rosary, out of other writers, as Hermes says, "The dragon dies not unless he be killed by the brother and sister, not by one alone, but by two together, to wit, by the sun and moon. The philosophical Mercury never dies unless it be killed with his sister. That is, it is necessary to congeal him with the moon or sun. Note, the dragon is argent viva, extracted from bodies, having in it body, soul, and spirit, whereupon he saith, the dragon dies not unless with his brother and sister, that is, Sol and Luna, that is, sulfur extracted, having in itself the nature of moisture and coldness, by reason of the moon. With these, the dragon dies, that is, argent viva extracted from the same bodies at first, which is the aqua permanens of the philosophers, which is made after putrefaction and after separation of the elements, and that water, by another name, is called aqua fetida. So far he goes, with whom all the rest do agree, and therefore I think it unnecessary to quote them. The people of Vaporous worshipped a dragon in the temple of Apollo in memory of Python that was slain by him. There is by nature a continual war between the dragon and the elephant, at whose eyes and throat he always strikes, till the elephant falling upon the ground kills the dragon with his weight, from whence by many is said to come that dragon's blood which is imported into these parts. The dragon's eyes are of equal value with jewels. His sight is very sharp and clear, and therefore he is placed as a guard over treasures, as to the garden of the Hesperides and the golden fleece at Colchis. The ancients also joined him to Aesculapius as a hieroglyphic, but the chemists appropriate dragons to their work not in reality, but as an allegory. For a dragon always denotes Mercury, whether he be fixed or volatile. Hence Mercury has two serpents about his caduceus, for a dragon is a great serpent, and Saturn has but one which devours his tail, as also has Janus. A serpent is dedicated to Aesculapius, the son of Apollo, and the inventor of medicine, the philosophic medicine, and it is believed that he was carried in that shape from Epidaurus to Rome, and there always worshipped for the cessation of the pestilence which, as they thought, was effected by him. Now, the philosophic dragon is always most vigilant and lively, not easily to be wounded, both by reason of the thickness of his skin and sharpness of his teeth and venom, with which he is armed. For although the common dragons are said to be without poison, yet this is not without it, venting it upon any one that comes near, unless he be managed warily. He therefore can rarely be overcome by force, unless the craft of those who are related to him by consanguinity be added to it. For it is truly observed by an author that it is a safe and usual way to deceive under the name of a friend. But how safe or usual soever it may be, it carries a crime along with it. It may be so in other affairs, but it is not so in this. Jugglers and mountebanks are said to kill worms and drive them out of children by a powder made of such worms, that is, to kill brothers with their brothers and sisters. So here the dragon is to be killed with the brother and sister, which is Sol and Luna, whence it appears that the dragon is also one of the planets, to wit, as before showed out of the rosary, Mercury extracted out of bodies. Some of the Grecians have told us that in the reign of Herod, king of Judea, a dragon fell in love with a beautiful maid who was marriageable, and lay with her in bed, and that Tiberius the emperor delighted in another, which he commonly fed with his own hand. So also the philosophical dragon, if he be rightly handled, leaves his fierceness and becomes a friend to man, but he is dangerous if used otherwise. Xanthus, the historian, as Pliny relates it, tells us that a dragon's young one being killed was, by his parent, brought to life again with the herb called baline, which, notwithstanding, I ascribe to a philosophical allegory rather than a true history. For only in chemical process death happens to the live dragon, and life returns to the dead one, and that by turns alternately. But it may be inquired where and how the dragon may be taken. The philosophers answer, the mountains give dragons to Rebus, and the earth fountains. But in Tacitus may be seen the way of taking him, and with what care and industry many men watched to seize a very great dragon which had been observed in Africa, that so he might be carried to Tiberias. For they found his accustomed path among stones. This they enclosed, and having seduced it to a narrow compass, they then included him in bands and nets, and tamed him by clubs and stripes, till at last, by the help of many land carriages, he was brought to the ship which conveyed him to Rome. Emblem 26. The tree of life is the fruit of human wisdom. The Discourse. Tullius has excellently described the essential difference of man, whereby he is distinguished from all other animals after this manner. As a bird for flying, a horse for running, so a man is born for reasoning. For as lions, bears, and tigers do exercise and delight themselves in fierceness, elephants and bulls in strength of body, eagles, falcons, and other hawks in preying upon birds and swiftness of wings, so man excels them and all other creatures in reason, inferences, and understanding. So there is no fierceness, no strength of body, no swiftness in brutes so great as not to be tamed, subdued, and outdone by man's reason only. For reason is not a thing humane or proceeding from the earth, but, as the poet saith, a particle of divine breath sent from heaven into man. It is sometimes called memory, sometimes the intellectual virtue, to which, if use or experience be added, wisdom springs from thence, which is the most precious thing that a man can obtain. For use is said to be as the father, and memory as the mother of so generous an offspring. But the question is, what is true wisdom, and most worthy of man's enquiry, since the opinions concerning it are infinite, every man transferring it to their own imaginations? It may be answered that wisdom, exception being always made of that which in divine things relates to the welfare of the soul, in human things does not consist in sophistical arguments, rhetorical speeches, poetical sound of verses, critical subtlety of the grammarians, nor in the craft of heaping up riches by violence, lies, deceit, perjuries, oppression, without any regard to the cries and labor of the poor. For wisdom is nothing else but the true knowledge of alchemy joined with practice, which is of the greatest benefit to mankind. This is the wisdom surpassing all things, which with her right hand penetrates the east, with her left hand the west, and embraceth the whole earth. 'Tis of this wisdom that Solomon discourses so excellently in his Book of Wisdom, and shows us how they that are acquainted have eternal perseverance, and her friends partake of sincere pleasures. And he that diligently inquireth after her shall receive much joy, for there is no tediousness in her conversation, but to be present with her is mirth and gladness. And though wine and music cheer the heart of man, yet wisdom is pleasanter than both, for she is the tree of life to all that lay hold upon her, and happy is every one that retaineth her. Lactantius therefore calleth her the food of the soul. The wise shall inherit glory, and he that esteems wisdom shall be exalted and honored by her. She is more powerful than all things, and comforts a wise man more than 10 mighty princes that are in the city. And to this worldly wisdom may be applied what is said by the prophet Baruch. Where is wisdom? Where is strength? And where is understanding? That thou mayest know also where is length of days and life? Where is the light of the eyes and peace? And as Solomon affirms in the Book of Wisdom, great pleasure it is to have her friendship, and in the works of her hands are infinite riches. And in the exercise of conference with her is prudence, and in talking with her a good report. Morienus, the philosopher, speaking of it, says, "This is knowledge which draws him that possesses it from the misery of this world, and brings him to the knowledge of those good things that are to come. And he affirms it to be the gift of God, for this is nothing but the gift of God Most High, who commits and reveals it to such of his servants and faithful as he pleases. They therefore ought to be humble and subject in all things to the omnipotent God." And in another place, "For it is convenient for you to know, O king, that this magistery is nothing else but the arcanum and secret of secrets of the Most High and great God. For he hath recommended this secret to his prophets, whose souls he hath placed in his paradise. It is also called the tree of life, not that it hath eternal life in it, but because it doth, as it were, show the way to it, and bears fruit profitable for this life, which it cannot be without, such as health, and the goods of fortune, and mind. For without these, a man living is as if he were dead, and not unlike to a brute, although outwardly he represents him that he ought to be, but is not in his better part." Emblem 27. "He that endeavors to enter into the philosopher's rosary without a key is like him who would walk without feet." The Discourse. They write of Erichthonius that he sprang out of the earth whilst Vulcan wrestled with Pallas, the goddess of wisdom, and was born not with the feet of a man, but formed like a serpent. Such are those persons who, by the means of Vulcan alone, without the wisdom of Pallas, do beget offspring that are monstrous, without feet, and abortive, which can neither profit others nor benefit themselves. It is a miserable thing for men to go upon all four, that is, upon his hands and feet, but worse altogether are those destitute of feet who use arms instead of them, for they seem to have degenerated into the nature of worms, who go after the manner of reptiles. But the 2 legs are the 2 organic members of man, without which there can be no true walking, no more than seeing without eyes, or grasping things tangible without hands. So likewise, medicine and every operative art are supposed to have 2 legs, namely, experience and reason, upon which they are to stand, and without either of which their art is lame and imperfect in its traditions and precepts, nor can it arrive at the end it proposes. But chemistry chiefly has 2 subjects as its 2 legs, one of which is the key, the other is the bolt. With these, the philosophic rosary, although locked on every side, may be opened, and free admittance given to such as have a right to enter. But if one of these be wanting to him that is about to enter therein, it will be the same thing as if a cripple should endeavor to outrun a hare. He that without a key enters into the garden, which is every way enclosed, is like a thief, who, coming in the dark night, can discern nothing that grows in the garden, nor enjoy what he steals thence. But the key is a thing of the meanest value, which properly is called a stone, known in the chapter 10 as the root of Rhodes, without which no twig is put forth, nor doth a bud swell, nor a rose spring and send forth leaves in 1,000-fold. But it may be asked where this key is to be sought for. I answer with the oracle, it is there to be looked for where the bones of Orestes are said to be found, to wit, where the winds, the striker, the repercussion, and the destruction of men may be found together. That is, as Lycus interpreted it, in a brazier's workhouse, for by the winds is meant his bellows, by the striker the hammer, by the striker back the anvil, and by the destruction of men, iron seems to have been meant by the oracle. If a man knows how to number well and distinguish the signs, he will certainly find this key in the northern hemisphere of the zodiac, and the bolt in the southern, and being master of these, it will be easy to open the door and enter. And in the very entrance he will see Venus and her beloved Adonis, for she hath tinged the white rose of a purple color with her blood. In the same place a dragon also is observable, as in the Hesperian gardens, who watches over these roses. And the scent of the roses is said to be increased by garlic planted near them, and that by reason of the exceeding degree of heat which is in garlic, whereby it resists cold poisons, for the roses want the heat of the sun and earth before they can acquire a color and smell that is most grateful to the eyes and nostrils. Moreover, the fume of common sulphur makes red roses white if it touch them, and so on the contrary the spirit of vitriol and aqua fortis refreshes them with a deep or full red color which endureth, for common sulphur is an enemy to the philosophical sulphur, though it cannot destroy it, but the solutive water is friendly to it and preserves its color. The rose is sacred to Venus in regard of that beauty in which it surpasseth all flowers, for it is a virgin which nature hath armed that it might not be violated without revenge and punishment. Violets are unarmed and trod under feet, but roses lie among prickles and have yellow hairs hidden within, and a garment of green without. No man can pluck them and separate them from the prickles, but he that is wise. If otherwise, he shall feel a sting in his fingers. So none but the most wary philosophers will crop their flowers, lest in the hives he should find stings, as well as bees and gall instead of honey. Many have secretly and like thieves entered the rosary, but have reaped nothing from thence but misery and loss of time and labor. Whereupon Bacchusser saith in the Turba, our books seem very injurious to those who read them only once or twice, or perhaps thrice, for they will be frustrated in their understanding and whole study. What is worse, they will also lose all their money, pains, and time which they have spent in this art, and a little afterwards, when a man thinks he is perfected and has the world, he will find nothing in his hands. Emblem 28. The king is sitting in a vaporous bath, and is freed from the black gall by the physician Farut. The Discourse. As there are 3 concoctions in man, the first in the stomach, the second in the liver, the third in the veins, there are likewise as many universal evacuations of excrements which are correspondent to them, and daily carry of their superfluities, namely, the first by stool, which is proper to the first concoction, the second by urine, which belongs to the second, the third by expiration through the pores of the whole body, or by sweat, which is peculiar to the third. In the first, the chylus, In the next, chemos. In the third, a dew or dewy substance is elaborated and applied to every part of the body. The excrements or feces of the first are thick, bilious, and fat, which are carried through the bowels backward, and if they be at any time obstructed, they are gently, moderately, or strongly expelled by purgations. The excrements of the second are liquid, more thin, bilious, and saltish, which are brought out of the veins by the kidneys and bladders as aqueducts. The superfluities of the third are yet more thin, and therefore do for the most part expire of themselves through the smallest pores, or are carried out together with the serum of the humors as sweat. These are helped by sudorifics, as the former are by diuretics. The ancient Greeks and Romans took a great deal of pains for the evacuating of this latter sort of feces, and to this end did so many sports and exercises, such as the chafing of all parts in the morning, anointing with oil and wrestling, fencing, running, handball, tennis, daily washing, and bathing in rivers or artificial baths. And for the convenience of these things, so many magnificent structures were built at Rome, which we may rather admire than imitate, such as were the baths of Diocletian, which are for the most part still remaining, and unless I am mistaken, dedicated to the archangels, an aspiring, superb, and splendid work. The same kinds of concoction as we have before mentioned are likewise in the elaboration of metals. For the first is made after its manner in the Magnus Annus, or great year, that is, in the revolution of the highest sphere, the second in the revolution of the lowest sphere, the third in that of the middle one, but that the philosophers may, by the help of art, more easily draw forth this mass of excrements and superfluities, they invent several methods, such as washings, purgations, bathings in laconica, or vaporous baths, by which they perform that in the philosophical work which physicians do in human bodies. Duinic, therefore, is by Pharoot introduced into his laconicum, that there he may sweat and evacuate through his pores the feces of the third concoction. For this king's distemper is melancholic or atrabilious, by which he is in less authority and esteem than all the other princes, as being charged with the moroseness of Saturn and the choler and fury of Mars. He therefore has a desire to die or be cured, if it be possible. Amongst many physicians one is found who undertakes this charge, being induced to it by rewards and entreaties. This allegory is very frequent in the writings of the philosophers, as of Bernhardus, Alanus in the treatise of Duinic, and innumerable others. Therefore we don't add several other circumstances which may be found in them, but would here observe only what excrement and of which concoction it is that ought to be evacuated by bathing, for hereupon the whole matter will turn. In stoves or hot baths, that heat which is included in the body is usually, together with the blood, brought to the superficies of the skin, whereby a beautiful complexion is made in the face and whole body. And if this appears, it will be a sign that the melancholy blackness which infects the skin may insensibly be evacuated, and all the humors corrected, so that a pure and rosy blood may afterwards be generated. For it is necessary that the whole temperament of his body be amended, because being cold and dry it is repugnant to the bittering of his blood, whereas he, on the contrary, is hot and moist. And whether this can be done or no, it is necessary for the philosopher to foreknow and foretell by prognostics. There have been some men who have taken a cobbler for a great prince or king's son, but they have at length from certain signs perceived what he was in his descent and education. Lest this should happen, the artist in the first place must be careful to choose the true offspring of the king, who, Although he does not appear splendid with golden attire, but is despicable and mean in his clothing, as likewise of a livid and melancholy complexion, yet let him not reject him, or take another in his stead. For if he be very well washed in his royal genius will soon appear, as in Cyrus, Paris, and Romulus, who were educated among rustics. But it is further to be observed that the bath must be a laconicum, that is, vaporous and sudorific, lest the water should parch his tender flesh or obstruct the pores, from whence would proceed more harm than advantage, nor could the effect of it be remedied. Let no person be solicitory what clothes the king should put on after his bathing, for as the daughter of King Alcinoi presented garments to Ulysses, who was shipwrecked and naked, so there shall be one who will send him those which are most precious, whereby he may be acknowledged deservedly to be the offspring of the sun. Emblem 29. As the salamander lives in fire, so also the stone. The Discourse. There are two elements in which animals live, air and water, and as many in which nothing that is animated can remain, to wit, earth and fire. For as the former are of a temperate and middle complexion in the first and second qualities, so these latter are of an extreme one, or are bodies either too thick or too subtle, so that the thickness does not admit some bodies, and the subtlety does indeed admit some, but then it penetrates and burns them. But that men can live in subterraneous caves is occasioned by the air descending thither and filling those places, lest there should be any vacuum. But here we speak of every element apart. In the water, fishes live in incredible numbers, variety, and fruitfulness, and even the biggest of all animals. In the air live men, four-footed beasts, birds, worms, and insects. Whatsoever is said of spirits wandering in the secret parts of the earth is another thing, for they are not animals. But as for the fire, there are no animals said to live in it except the salamander. Now the salamander is a creeping worm, not much unlike a lizard, but of a slower pace, bigger head, and different color, such as I remember seeing in the Alps under the mountain Spolga, coming out of the rocks after thunder and rain, and lying in the way. And a countryman of the place told me it was called Ein Molk. It had round about it a clammy and viscous moistness, by the virtue of which it freely passes through the fire without harm. But the salamander of the philosophers is very different from this, although it be likened to it. For that of the philosophers is born in fire. This is not so with the common salamander, but if it falls into the fire by reason of its extreme coldness and moisture, it is not presently burnt, but can freely pass through the flame that is hot and dry. This common salamander is cold and moist, for everything participates of the nature of the mother's womb and resembles the place and country of its production. Fire produces nothing but what is hot and dry as being like to itself. On the contrary, the moist and cold caverns of rocks being full of water send forth this moist and cold vermin. The philosophical salamander, by the similitude of its nature, rejoices in fire. The common salamander, by the contrariety of nature, extinguishes it, or for some time repels its force. They say that the fly Paraustes is generated in fire and flies out of the brass furnaces in Cyprus. But no man has believed this to be true but in an allegory. For fire, if it be continued, destroys and corrupts the bodies of any animals whatsoever, seeing it can burn earth into glass and the most solid timber, and all other compounded things into ashes. Some few excepted, to wit, such as are mercurial, which either wholly remain or wholly fly away out of the fire without any separation being made of their parts. For Vulcan is a most cruel executioner who calls all things that are mixed and compounded of elements to his trial and judgment. Some few only are accepted from his tribunal by the special privilege and indulgence of nature, who is empress of all things. Over these he has no right by himself alone, unless he joins to him the Areopagites as other assistant judges. And salamanders are such as are above his violence, which they do not fear. Avicenna in his Porta reckons up the various temperaments of bodies, which are all unequal and therefore corruptible by fire and other injuries. But he affirms that there is one exactly equal, which has as much heat as cold, and as much dryness as moisture, not according to weight, but justice, as the physicians term it, and this is that which is more patient than agent, in which if fire endeavors to resolve water, its adversary, into air, which is its familiar, the earth does not admit this resolution because it is incorporated with water. And the internal fire of the compound doth by its suffrage approve this pretense of the earth, because he is the intimate friend of the earth. Therefore, Vulcan's judgment ceases, and he uses yet another intrigue by endeavoring to burn the earth into cinders, as he is accustomed to do. But water, adhering to earth, brings exceptions against him, and shows that she is united to the earth and the air, as the fire by one side is to the earth. Therefore he that would reduce the earth to ashes would likewise reduce the other elements, and so Vulcan, being disappointed, suspends his judgment, lest he should become ridiculous. This body is like the truest salamander, in which the elements are equaled by the balance of their powers. Concerning this Rosarius out of Geber saith, likewise the philosopher would have the substances of Mercury mortified, but naturally his Mercury is in that venerable stone, as is plain to all men. And a little further on, also the philosopher would have the substances of Mercury fixed, as is evident because he teacheth the ways of fixing with many cautions and devices. But who can doubt the substance of that precious stone to be most fixed? Certainly no man that knows it, by which it appears that the stone is by fixation to be reduced to the nature of the salamander, that is, to the greatest fixedness, which neither declines nor refuses fire. For it is no salamander till it has learnt to endure fire with the utmost patience, which must of necessity be effected in long process of time. Hereafter, in the 35th emblematical discourse, it will be shown how Achilles and Triptolemus were by night placed under embers of fire till they could endure the most vehement heat, thus by use and custom attaining to the properties of a salamander. For custom is a second nature, but unless nature communicates the power, and as a mistress begins the alteration, custom will be able to do little or nothing, and thence it is impossible to fix ice at the fire, but to fix crystal is possible, because nature has begun it. The same must be thought of watery and volatile Mercury, which in its own nature cannot be fixed but by the marriage and coition of sulfur, which is the philosophical tincture, and fixes all flying spirits.
Emblem 30. Luna is as requisite to Sol as a hen is to a cock. The Discourse. Avicenna, in his book De Anima, does several times offer us this admonition: that no eggs should be taken by the artist unless they were of such hens as had been trod by a cock. That is, that the female subject is of no value without the virtue of the male, and so, on the contrary, that the cock is of no use without the hen. For these two sexes are to be joined in the philosophical coop, and that so multiplication may from thence proceed. But the philosophers do more especially use this similitude of a cock because he has a nearer correspondence with the power of the sulphur than the male of any other kind of bird, seeing one cock can preside over many hens and does not easily endure any rival upon the territories of his own dunghill. For he knows and esteems himself to be sufficient for all his mates. He is the bird of Mars, made as the poets feign by the transformation of the boy Gallus, whose business it was to watch the sun, lest he should espy the adultery which Mars committed with Venus. And he is very martial in war, for he will fight with his enemy even till death. In the philosophical work he represents the sun, as the hen does the moon, for there is the same necessity of joining Sol with Luna as the cock with the hen. The cock is likewise raised to the sun, with whom he both rises and goes to sleep. He often looks up to heaven and erects his tail on high, which falls in the shape of a sickle. He fights for his hens against serpents. He is the forerunner of light and is loved by Latona, because he was present at her delivery. For Latona brought forth Sol and Luna, from whence the cock is appropriated both to the mother and the son. But Sol, Luna, and Latona agree with chemical subjects, and so do the cock and hen. For these two came out of eggs, and do likewise produce eggs, from whence their chickens may be hatched. So likewise the philosophers have their eggs, which will pass into birds of the same kind, if they are nourished with a temperate heat, such as the heat of a hen that sets, remaining upon them continually. For whereas among other birds the male sets upon the eggs, the cock only shows himself to be free from that office and burden, and all the care and labor of hatching the chickens and breeding them up must lie upon the hen, wherein her diligence and industry is very remarkable, with what haste she eats and drinks, and performs all the necessaries of nature, that she may run back to her eggs, lest they should grow cold. Then, with force and eagerness, she defends her chickens. With how loud a voice, like that of a bell, she calls and clucks them together, with what endeavor she bruises and cuts with her bill, as with a knife, the harder crumbs or grains which she administers to them. All of which is the work of nature, and worthy of our admiration. And all this is done lest eggs should be wanting for the food of mankind, or the production of chickens. After the same manner, the philosopher or artist makes like provision for all his operations, for he gathers his eggs from such places where a cock has been treading, and diligently searches, lest there be joined eggs. After that he cleanses, separates, and disposes them in his vessels, as in nests. He administers proper heat to them, by which from day to day the subjects commixed among themselves do mutually act and suffer, till after a long time passing through various colors, they at last arrive at one color and essence, in which work solution, coagulation, sublimation, ascension, descension, distillation, calcination, and fiction must be performed as intermediate operations. For what is hard and compact cannot be altered, therefore solution must proceed, and that so it may grow soft and liquid. But when a thing is dissolved, then it must be coagulated, not to its former hardness, but to a tractableness proportionate to that of honey. Then sublimation separates the pure from the impure, and makes what was vile become honorable, advancing inferior to a superior. Whence this cannot be wanting, but is like the mistress and governess of all the rest. While this sublimation is performed, some parts mount upwards, which is ascension, and others fall downwards, which is descension. Afterwards, distillation, being often repeated, clarifies the whole, and that which remains at the bottom is calcined. Then both are fixed, and the work is perfected. But a man may in truth reduce all these special operations to one general, which is coction. For as several chickens which run about are clucked together under one hen who is their mother and nurse, so these various courses and methods of operation run all into one, which is the work of the woman, that is, coction. It is the moon that must be exalted to the sublimeness of the sun, and all these things are transacted for her sake. That is the final intent, a durable marriage between the sun and moon, and when that is accomplished, all embassies, contracts, congresses, mistrusts shall have an end. There will be one bed and one flesh, the love mutual and constant, the league indissoluble, the peace eternal. The sun without the moon is of no great esteem, and the moon without the sun is of an abject condition and vile original. But it is from her husband, the sun, that she receives splendor, dignity, and strength or firmness, both of mind and body. And the sun obtains from the moon the multiplication of his offspring and the propagation of his kind. Hence Rosarius says, if there were only one of them in our stone, the medicine would never flow easily, nor give the tincture, nor if it did give it, it would not tinge but for as much as was in it, and the remainder and mercury would fly away in smoke, because a receptacle of the tincture would not be in it. And Geber in Libro Examinum proves that if Sol and Luna are incorporated together with art, they are not easily to be separated. Emblem 31. The king, swimming in the sea, cries out with a loud voice, "He that delivers me shall have a great reward." The Discourse. The first rudiments of all discipline were anciently the knowledge of swimming and the institution of letters, and from thence it used to be said of a rude, unpolished man that he could neither swim nor read. For the ancients considered that swimming would of 10 times prove a means to save and deliver the body from the dangers of the water, as the knowledge of letters would the mind amidst all the waves of fortune. Swimming is as necessary in war as learning is at home in times of peace. And as we observe that brutes have their weapons in readiness and provided by nature, but that man instead thereof has his wit and hands given him against all external force, that as one contrives his arms, so the others may use them, so the same beasts have the faculty of swimming naturally implanted in them, which man has not. For the very young often will escape from those waters in which the strongest and most skilful man will be drowned. It was therefore needful to enjoin the exercise of swimming to children, it being useful towards the preservation of their lives, so that what was wanting by nature might be supplied by the use of art. The same exercise has been used by noblemen, princes, and kings for the safeguard of their persons, for they who are descended from noble blood are not wholly exempted from the chances of fortune, but exposed to them as well as other men. If Dionysius had neither understood swimming nor letters when he was driven out of his kingdom of Sicily as a tyrant, he would have perished in the waves of the sea when he was shipwrecked in the Corinthian Gulf. Neither could he have come to Corinthus, there to set up a school to teach boys and profess humane learning. From a king being made a schoolmaster and wielding a rod instead of a scepter, the proverb originated, Dionysus of Corinth. In like manner, if the royal son of the philosophers had not been able to swim, no man would have heard his voice nor retrieved him, he being long since drowned in the waters. Swimming, therefore, is necessary and useful to all degrees of men, for although it cannot presently deliver a man from the surges of the vast ocean, yet it gives him time of life whereby he may be saved by others. But this king of whom we speak sustains himself the longest time of all, and cries out even to this day, though he be seen or heard by a very few, by reason of the vastness of the sea and his remoteness. For by chance in swimming he hath touched upon a rock or a very great stone, where he may remain if the waves prevail. But it may be asked, what kind of sea is this? I answer, it is the Erythraean, or the Red Sea, subject to the Tropic of Cancer, in whose bottom there lies the most abundant quantity of magnets. It is not safe for ships compacted of or laden with iron to sail in it, for they may easily be drawn to the bottom by the force of the magnets, which the king before mentioned being ignorant of, and the rest perishing when their ship sank, he alone escaped by swimming. A crown still remained upon him, shining like glorious rubies, by which he might easily be known and restored to his kingdom. But what are these good things which this royal son is able and willing to bestow on him, by whom he should be restored to his own kingdom? Certainly not such rewards as Ptolemy, the last king of Egypt, bestowed on Pompey, by whom his father was restored to that kingdom, to wit, perfidiousness and death. Rather, he bestows health, the removal of diseases, the preservation of life free from the burden of things necessary, and the horn of plenty, with love and honor, which being things not mean and ordinary, but the chief vitalics and ornaments of this life. Who, except he be stupid, would not desire them? Who would not swim to him? Who would not stretch forth his hand and draw him into the boat? But care must be taken least in rescuing this prince, his diadem should fall into the sea. For then he would scarce be acknowledged for the king or received by his subjects, because then would perish the Pyropus venerabili, and the bezoar stone, assuring health to all men, would vanish quite away. Hence the Rosary quotes Aristotle in these words, choose thyself a stone, that by which kings are revered in their diadems, and by which physicians can cure their patients, because it is near to the fire. For without a medicinal virtue, a crown would be of no value. But what is to be done to the king when he is so delivered? First, from those waters he had received, in he must be relieved by sudorifics, from cold by the heat of fire, from the numbness of his limbs by bath
moderately hot, from hunger and want of food, by the administration of a convenient diet, and from other external maladies, by their contraries and health-restoring remedies. Then must a royal match be provided, from which in due time there shall arise from him an offspring, most desirable, most beloved by all men, most beautiful and most fruitful, who shall excel all his ancestors in strength, kingdom, dominions, people, riches, and wealth, and shall subdue his enemies, not by war, but by gentleness, not by tyranny, but clemency, which is genuine and peculiar to him. Emblem 32. As coral grows under water and is hardened by the air, so also is the stone. The Discourse. The philosophers call their stone a vegetable because it vegetates, grows, and is increased and multiplies like a plant. This indeed, to the ignorant, seems strange and contrary to the truth, it being, as they think, manifest that stones do neither vegetate nor grow after this manner, nor that this can in any ways appertain to such metals as may be liquefied or melted. But they are deceived in their judgments, for whatever is unknown to them, that they believe not to be in nature, measuring the immensity of the universe by their own capacities. For who would ever have believed that a stone should grow under waters, or a plant there generated should become a stone, unless experience and the credible testimony of writers had confirmed it? Where does that petrifying, where does that tinging virtue which hardeneth and tingeth coral exist? Whether in that water or in the air, we may reasonably believe it to be, as they affirm, a soft and flexible plant whilst it is under the waters, yet of a very earthy nature, which, when it is cut and exposed to the cold winds, becomes hard and may be broken like a stone. For the watery parts which are abound are dried up by a cold and dry air, for northern winds bring dryness along with them. And the earthy body which remains, having cold and dryness as its qualities, is congealed. For constriction, or the binding faculty, is the earth's alone. It does not exist in the water or air, as each element has its genuine or proper qualities. The sea, likewise in other places, produces 3 medicinal stones, taken partly from the vegetable kind, partly from the animal, or rather from the hidden secrets of nature, as pearl, amber, and ambergris. The production of pearls and the way of taking them is known to us, but not of the rest. Amber is gathered upon the sea coasts of Scandinavia after a most vehement northwesterly wind is blown, which without doubt drives it through the waters to the shore after it is boiled out of the earth into the veins of the sea. For we have seen some veins of iron and silver growing in the amber, which thing could not be done but in the earth. But what flies, gnats, spiders, butterflies, frogs, and serpents should be seen in some pieces of it, we ourselves having had 120 beads turned out of amber, which did every one contain some flies, gnats, spiders, and butterflies, and one of them, not without a singular miracle of nature, had 9 of them together, happens by the influence and imagination of the heavens, as we have elsewhere demonstrated. That ambergris is found after the same manner upon the shores of the East and West Indies cannot be denied, and though some declare it to be the juice or gum of trees, as they do the amber before mentioned, yet they who conceive it to be produced out of the veins of the earth do judge more probably For trees that bear amber or ambergris have not been seen in any place, although if such trees be, they must certainly grow in open air, and not under water. We therefore ascribe both sorts of amber to subterraneous veins or stones, as we do pearls to zoophora, or plant animals, and coral to the vegetables. The stone of the philosophers is likened to these, and especially to coral. For as coral grows in the waters and draws nutriment from the earth, so also the philosophic stone is concreted out of mercurial water, and has taken thence whatever is worthy in it towards its own augmentation, the superfluous moisture having expired. The red color likewise is raised upon the coral by the coagulation which the ancients call the tincture of corals, and so it is in the physical stone, which becomes red in the last congelation and appears like the red coral, which is the tincture. But the coral grows hard by the cold and dry, the stone by the hot and dry, which being augmented it likewise dissolves, contrary to the nature of other stones, which do indeed dissolve, but run into glass, which thing is in no wise agreeable to this. And as coral is prepared into several medicines of great virtue, so also hath the philosophical coral transferred into itself the virtues of all herbs, and can alone perform as much as the medicines of all vegetables. For the celestial sun, who infuses a medicinal virtue of efficacy to vegetables, has given more to this sun of his than to all others. This is the philosophical coral, vegetable, animal, and mineral, which lies hid in the vast ocean, and is not known unless it be put into the hands and exposed to the eyes of the ignorant. But it must be cut off whilst it is under the waters, and that with very great caution, lest it lose its juice and blood, and nothing remain but a terrestrial chaos without its true form. For herein consists all the difficulty of gathering coral. By these waters I understand the superfluous humidity which kills the stone, which does not suffer the coralline redness to appear, and which admits of no coagulation unless it be separated. Emblem 33. The Hermaphrodite, lying like a dead man in darkness, wants fire. The Discourse. It is remarkable in nature that at the coming on of winter, frogs and leeches lie under water as if they were dead, and in the spring, by the operation of the sun's heat, recover sense and motion so as to be able to perform the actions of a sensible life. But if in the winter time they be found in the waters and brought into warm air or a stove, immediately they begin to move as in summer, from whence it appears that nothing is wanting to them but external heat to excite the natural internal heat and bring it to action. After the same manner do the philosophers speak of their hermaphrodite. For if he appears dead as he lies in darkness, he then requires the heat of fire. But he is said to lie in darkness as being left in a dark and most cold winter's night. That is, he remains in blackness, which is a sign of cold, from which he ought, by a great intensity of fire, to be brought to whiteness, and by a greater still, to redness. For without heat, as Baudelaire in the Turba says, nothing is generated. And a bath of intense heat causeth a body to perish. But if it be cold, it drives it away. But if it be temperate, it becomes agreeable and pleasant to the body. Bonilus likewise says, quote, "All things that live do also die according to God's pleasure. Therefore, that nature from whom moisture is taken when it is exposed by night seems like a dead man, and then that nature wants fire till the body and spirit of it be turned into earth, and then it becomes dust like a dead man in his tomb. These things being accomplished, God restores the spirit and soul to it, and all infirmity being taken away, our nature is comforted and amended. It is requisite, therefore, to burn that matter without fear." End quote. Fire, therefore, which destroys all other things, repairs this, and is its life, as it is their death. One only phoenix there is, which is restored by fire, renewed by flames, and revived out of ashes, and this, being known only to the philosophers, is burnt and restored to life, whatever others fabulously may report of a certain bird that never yet was seen or had any being. Likewise, the hermaphrodite of which the philosophers speak is of a mixed nature, male and female, one of which passes into the other by the operation of heat. For from a female it becomes a male, which ought not to seem strange in the work of the philosophers, since, if history may be credited, several examples of it may be found. The poets mention the sex changes of Senea, Iphin, and Tiresium, as described by Pontanus and Ausonius. Likewise, when Licinius Crassus and C. Cassius Longinus were consuls, a boy was made of a virgin, and Licinius Mucianus, as he is quoted by Pliny, relates that he had seen one Aristontum, whose name had been Aristuze, and that she had been married, but that she soon after had a beard, and manhood appearing the same person, became a husband. Pliny himself says that in Africa he saw Lucius Cossicius, a citizen of Tisdratanum, changed into a man upon the day of his marriage. These things are true and might be proved by many other examples if there were occasion, for it is certain that by the increase of heat the genital parts are thrust out of the body. For seeing a woman is much colder than a male, and has those parts hidden within which a man has outwardly. Hereupon, nature, being dubious whether she should generate a man or a woman, expresses a woman outwardly, though inwardly she intended a man. For which reason, as heat and motion increase with age, the hidden parts break forth and become apparent. After the same manner it is with the philosophers, for by the increase of heat their woman becomes a man, that is, their hermaphrodite loses the female sex and becomes a man stout and grave, having nothing in him of effeminate softness and levity. So we some time since saw a noble youth that was an hermaphrodite changed, or rather promoted into a perfect man, not uncapable, as it was hoped, of getting children. For a new passage was made through the yard which wanted one, and the other appertaining to the woman was stopped. And this piece of surgery was performed by Caspar Tagliacozio, that famous surgeon of Bologna. The philosophers are not without these manual operations, for when the coldness and the moistness of the moon appears, that they call the woman, and when the heat and dryness of the sun appears, that is the man. When all these four qualities are present together, that is their rebus, or hermaphrodite, and thus conversion of the woman, that is, of coldness and moisture, may easily be made into the man, which is done by the sole heat of fire, as hath been said. For heat sequesters and separates the superfluities of moisture, and will establish the idea of the philosophical subject, which is the tincture. Emblem 34. He is conceived in baths, born in the air, and being made red, he walks upon the waters. The Discourse. The opinion or flattery of men has attributed several wonderful births or originals to some persons above others, but they are certainly fabulous. So it is said that Alexander the Great was not begot by Philip, king of Macedonia, but by Jupiter Hammon. Romulus and Remus were begot by Mars, and Plato sprang from the virgin Perictio, who conceived by a phantasm of Apollo. So the heathens would demonstrate themselves to be born from the gods, as also Thessalus, the son of Hippocrates, the physician, would among other things persuade the Athenians that he was born from Apollo. But we give no credit to these things, for we know that they, from whom they would deduce their original, were neither men nor gods. And if there were any heroes among mortals who might have been reputed divine, we think it to have proceeded from the flattery of their subjects or disciples, speaking and writing great things of them, however false, to gain a reputation of them in the world. But it is a different thing that the philosophers ascribe an unusual conception and nativity to their son, for he hath something above all other things born in the world. For he is conceived in baths, and born in the air. We know that women, being barren by reason of too much coldness and dryness, are much helped by hot baths, so as to be made able and fit for conception. But that such conception ought to be or can be in such baths is a thing unheard of, that seems to be peculiar to him alone from the wonderful power of nature, which is far different from all others. In other places they say that his conception ought to be in the bottom of the vessel, and his birth in the alembic, which opinion is still more clear. For the waters of the baths, if there be any, will neither be in the top nor in the middle, but in the bottom of the vessel, and in the alembic will be vapors that are aerial. Therefore, when conception is made, he ascends into the alembic, and his birth appears in a white color. Blackness rules in the bottom. Of this saith the Rosary, quote, "It is conception when the earth is dissolved into a black powder, and begins to retain somewhat of the mercury, for then the male acts upon the female, that is, Azoth upon the earth." End quote. And a little after, quote, "Conception and dispensation is made in putrefaction in the bottom of the vessel, and the generation of things is made in the air, to wit, in the head of the vessel that is the alembic." End quote. And conception in baths is nothing but putrefaction in dung, for the very same Rosary proceeds, quote, "The body does nothing unless it be putrefied, and it cannot be putrefied but with mercury." End quote. And again, quote, "Let putrefaction be made with the most gentle heat of warm and moist dung, and by no other thing, so that no thing ascend. For if anything doth ascend, there would be a separation of the parts, which ought not to be, till the male and female be perfectly joined together, and one receives the other, whose sign of perfect solution is blackness in the superficies." End quote. His birth is white, which is made on the top of the mountains, that is, in the air, or the alembic. This is explained by Rosinus ad Euthecium. Quote, "After this manner the wise man said, Take things out of their minds, and exalt them to higher places, and send them from the top of their mountains, and reduce them to their roots. By mountains he signifies cucurbites, and by the tops of mountains alembics, and to send after that way of speaking is to receive the waters of them through an alembic in a receiver, and to reduce their roots is to carry back to that from which they proceed. And he calls cucurbites mountains, because Sol and Luna are found in mountains. So also in their mountains, which are cucurbites, their Sol and Luna is generated. And so far this author afterwards, quote, "The sun of the philosophers becomes red and begins to go upon the waters, that is, upon metals melted by fire, which stand in the form of a mercurial water. For he is the Lord of waters, upon which he exercises authority, as Neptune is king of the sea and possessor of mountains." End quote. Stories tell us of Xerxes, king of Persia, who, being upon an expedition into Greece, sent an embassy to the sea and to the mountain Athos, so that they would do him no wrong, either that by its waves, or this by the force of fire. Otherwise he would be revenged upon them both. But the tale was told to them that were deaf, for the sea drowned some of his ships, and Athos destroyed not a few of them by fire. Hereupon the king, being angry, did as lord of the sea and mountains command a certain number of stripes to be inflicted upon the first, and a great part of the mountain to be cast into the sea. But these things demonstrate rather the rashness than prudence, of so great a king. But he concerning whom we speak purgeth all waters from obstacles and impurities, not only by his command, but by his actions, and freely passes through them, and what is still more wondrous, congeals them, that the same waters in which ships sailed before may by their hardness endure his chariot wheels. He levels mountains with valleys, and fears not the flames of fire, and therefore marches without opposition from the columns of Hercules to the utmost coasts of India, where are seated the columns of Dionysus. Emblem 35. As Ceres accustomed Triptolemus and Thetis accustomed Achilles to abide fire, so also doth the artist the stone. The Discourse. Lycurgus, that famous lawgiver of Sparta, explained to the people in the theater by a familiar instance how prevalent custom will be, whether it is good or bad. He brought 2 whelps, both from one litter, and between them placed a pot full of pulse and a hare. One immediately left his food to follow the hare, because that had been his custom as well as nature. The other fell on and dispatched his porridge, because that was what he had been bred to do. "Behold," said he, "what education and early custom from youth upwards can effect in those whom nature hath produced both equal and alike. After this manner, therefore, it is convenient to amend and direct nature to the best things, for she is pliable as wax, either to vice or virtue. What they demonstrated to be true in politics, the philosophers do agree to be true also in physics. The examples of the whole world show how custom prevails over man and beast, and several occur likewise in vegetables, but in minerals and metallic bodies we have not so much experience. Nevertheless, it is by much use and custom that the philosophers fix their stone in fire proper for it, and this they declare in abundance of their writings. For it must be nourished by fire as a child by milk upon its mother's breasts. Hence Emigonus says, quote, "Behold the infant sucking, and hinder him not." End quote. And Baudelaire says, quote, "The babe being born is nourished by milk and fire alone, and by little and little, whilst he is very young, and the more he is burnt, his bones are strengthened until he is brought to youth, and having attained to that, he is able to provide for himself." End quote. Arnold, in the Rosary, Book 2, Chapter 7, says, quote, "Yet the medicine must be long time roasted by fire and nourished as a child by the breast." End quote. The ancient philosophers would demonstrate these very things by the allegories of Triptolemus and Achilles, and their lying under fires to be hardened by them, since each of them denote nothing else but the chemical subject, for otherwise it would be an insipid fable unfit to be applied to morality and not worthy of the consideration of the learned. Ceres, as a nurse, nourished Triptolemus all day with her milk, and at night placed him in the fires, by which means, the boy being very well grown, his father, Eleusis, at a certain season, took notice of it. Hence Ceres killed Eleusis, and gave the boy Triptolemus a chariot drawn by serpents, in which he passed through the air into all parts of the world, and taught mankind how to sow corn. Now this Triptolemus is the philosophic tincture nourished by fire after the same manner, which, being carried by serpents, that is, Mercury, taught men how the philosophers should cast their seeds into the earth. These same things are ascribed to Osiris, who went round the earth for the same reason as we have demonstrated in another place, and to Dionysus, who traveled through the world to teach men the use of wine. For these three, Triptolemus, Dionysus, and Osiris, have one design and office, and indeed are one thing, as is likewise Achilles, who was the strongest man that was sent to the Trojan War. His father was Peleus, that is, the earth or the mountain, Peleus. His mother was Thetis, or the goddess of the sea or waters, and from these Achilles was born. But at their nuptials the apple of Eris, or Discord, was produced, which was the first cause of the Trojan War. Achilles, therefore, being sprung from such a marriage, no wonder if he be the chief instrument of that war. Achilles is likewise said to be hardened by his mother after the same manner as Triptolemus was before, and of this we have treated at large in the 6th book of our hieroglyphics. Therefore the nutriment of the stone is fire, but it is not from thence, as some vainly think, that it is extended into length, breadth, and depth, nor receives increase in weight, for it acquires only virtue, maturity, and color from the fire. All other things are vitalics and provision that it brings along with itself. For when from diverse places its parts are gathered, purged, and conjoined, it has all things requisite for it in itself. Whence this verse of the philosopher in the Rosary, quote,
This stinking water contains everything it needs. End quote. For from the beginning to the very end, nothing that is foreign is added to it, unless it be homogeneous, and nothing is separated but what is heterogeneous. But every man ought to take care that he be very well acquainted with those dragons that are to be joined to the chariot of Triptolemus, before he undertake any thing, for they are winged and volatile, and if you desire to know them, you will find them in the philosophical dung. For they are dung, and generated from dung, and are that vessel which Maria affirms, not to be necromantic, but that regiment of your fire, without which you will effect nothing. I have disclosed the truth to you, which I have gathered out of the monuments of the ancients by incredible labor and the expense of many years. Emblem 36. The stone that is Mercury is cast upon the earth, exalted on mountains, resides in the air, and is nourished in the waters. Discourse 36. All persons that have once heard of the name or power of the stone, unless they are altogether incredulous, ask presently where it may be found, so that they may run directly to it. The philosopher's answer is twofold. First, Adam brought it with him out of paradise, that is, in you and in me and in every man, that birds flying bring it with them out of far countries. Secondly, it may be found in the earth, mountain, air, and rivers. Which path, therefore, must be taken? I say both, but in a different respect, although the last pleases us best and seems most safe. It is said to be thrown upon the earth, because the element of earth does first appear in an obscure and black body. Then, because it is vile and of small price, it is trod upon in the path of the traveler, and in the very dung itself. Hence, Osiris says, quote, although I should name it by its name, the fools would not believe it to be the thing. End quote. And Morenius, in his answer to Callis, quote, whither is much of it to be found, if this, it is not there, unless, as the wise man says, it be both to the poor and rich, to the liberal and the covetous, to him that goeth as well as sitteth. For this is thrown in the way and is trampled on in its dunghills, that they might extract it to themselves, but they have been deceived. End quote. Mundus, likewise in the Turba, says, quote, if they who sell it but did know it, they would not sell it so cheaply. End quote. And Arnoldus affirms that the stone may be had gratis, in as great plenty as any man can desire, neither will he be forced to ask for it. All which things are true. For who but a churl will deny earth and water to him that asks for it? The ancient Cimbri, as history tells us, when they were denied the benefit of these two things by the Romans, entered Italy with large armies and slew several thousands of the Romans, together with the consuls. For the earth, as the mother of all things, is most precious as it is. The last matter of things putrefied is most vile,
For nothing can be viler than mud or dirt, which yet is nothing else but earth mixed with water. What is more common than a clod of earth? But Eurypylus, the son of Neptune, offered it to the Argonautical heroes as a present, and they not refusing it, but accepting it gratefully, and Medea, having dissolved it in water, divined many good things by it. For it is necessary that earth be dissolved in water, otherwise neither one nor the other will be of any value. After this manner the stone is said to be cast upon the earth, in which, notwithstanding, it does not remain as a thing abject, but is exalted into the mountains, such as Athos, Vesuvius, Etna, and others, that send forth flames, many whereof are to be seen in diverse parts of the world. For in these burns a perpetual fire, which sublimes the stone and exalts it to the highest dignity. As it grows in mountains in a rude form, from sulfur and argent viva, so it is perfected and brought to maturity upon the tops of mountains, where also grows that herb without which the fire cannot be tempered, because this, being cold and moist, and so thrown into the fire, repels the vehemence of it by its contrary nature. From the mountains it passes into the air, where it finds a habitation. For the air is its house that encloses it, which is nothing else than that it is carried in the belly of the wind, and is born in the air, which ways of speaking we have explained before. At last he is fed in rivers, that is, Mercury is fed in waters, and then, as the Athenians celebrated certain feasts in his honor, which they called hydrophoria. For the matter of the philosophical stone is water, as the Rosary saith, and is understood by the waters of those three, for which reason Mercury is said to have 3 heads, as being marine, celestial, and terrestrial, because he is present in the water, earth, and air. He is said to be educated by Vulcan and given to thievery because Mercury is taught to be accustomed to fire, which is volatile and carry away whatever is mixed with it. He gave laws and discipline to the Egyptians, and anciently instituted the religion of the Theban priests, and the great part of the world besides. For the Egyptians had this policy and sacred rites from chemical institutions. From them the Grecians received them, and lastly the Romans, as we have in other places abundantly demonstrated. He slew Argus with a piece of a rock or stone, and turned Batos into a touchstone. What need of many words? All the volumes of the chemists are nothing else but repetitions concerning Mercury, and they sufficiently confirm his power by this one verse. In Mercurio est quicquid querunt sapientes. What wise men seek in Mercury is found. Here, therefore, he must be sought, for ill he may be found, whether he remain in the air, the fire, the water, or the earth. For he is wandering, now running hither, now thither, to perform the services of the chemic gods. He is their footman, which is declared to be his proper office. Hence some men ascribe to him a daughter called Anglia. Emblem 37. Three things are sufficient for the magistracy: the white fume that is water, the green lion that is the brass of Hermes, and aqua fetida, Discourse 37. As there are three things essentially necessary to the building of a fabric, so that either of them be absent, there can be no perfection in it, and these are the foundation, the walls, and the roof. So the same number is requisite for the compounding of the philosophic compound, which are here named by their proper names. The author of Aurora, speaking of the separation of elements in his 20th chapter, says, quote, "The earth is left there that the other three elements may be rooted in it, for if that were not there, they would have no foundation whereupon they might build a new repository for their treasures." End quote. This foundation is here called aqua fetida, which is the mother of all elements, as Osiris declares, from which, by which, and with which the philosophers prepare it, that is, their elixir, both in the beginning and in the end. Their water is called fetida because it sends forth a sulphurous stink, like that of sepulchres. This is the water which Pegasus struck out of Parnassus with his hoof, which Nonocris, a mountain of Arcadia, produces gushing out of a rock at the top of it, and can be perceived as nothing but by the hoof of a horse, by reason of its most excessive strength. This is the water of the dragon, as Osiris calls it, which ought to be made by an alembic without adding any other thing, in the making whereof there is an extraordinary stink. Some persons, misunderstanding these words, have betook themselves to the distillation of the dung of man or other animals, in which operation they perceived a very vehement stink, but found nothing else but dung in their dung. But do not suppose the philosophers to be beetles that work in dunghills, for you must know that the stink, if it be any, is presently changed into a great fragrancy, as Lully asserts of his quintessence, to which, if it be rightly made, he ascribes so sweet a savor that, being placed on the top of a horse, it allures to it birds that are upon the wing and causes them to stay there. But he places his quintessence in dung, by whose temperate heat the fragrancy follows. Some men have tried this with wine, but in vain, and therefore have accused Lully of vanity, whereas they were rather to be reproved for their folly that never talked of this wine of Lully. But the Aureus Poeta understood Lully much better when, in the 11th book of his Chrysope, he sings thus, quote, "Give after the aqua fetida comes the green lion," end quote. Concerning which Osiris says, quote, "You have sought after greenness, supposing that brass was a leprous body, because of that greenness which it hath, and therefore I declare to you, that whatsoever is perfect in brass is that greenness alone which is in it, because that greenness is, by our magistry, suddenly turned into our most true gold, and this we have experienced." End quote. But you can no way prepare the stone without duenec, green and liquid, which is seen to spring in our minds. O blessed green that dost generate all things! For as you know that no vegetable or fruit appears in its bud without a green color, so in like manner the generation of this thing is green, wherefore the philosophers call it the bud, and so far Osiris, quote, "This the philosophers' gold and brass and stone," end quote. Noted in chapters, quote, "A fume, vapor, and water," end quote,
the spittle of Luna, which, joined to the light of Sol, this green lion fights with the dragon, but is overcome, and in process of time devoured by him, and the lion being putrefied, sweetness is expected to proceed out of his mouth, as if had been slain by Samson, the dragon getting the upper hand to fill himself with the lion's flesh, and a while afterwards to burst of himself and die. From which, seeing the lion's fat can daily, by itself, cure fevers, and make grace and favor mutually spring up between king and people that are anointed therewith, there may be made of it a most excellent medicine, which will be most healing in many maladies. In the third place follows the white fume, which, if it be coagulated, becomes water, and performs the office of water in washing, dissolving, and taking away spots, like soap. This, the fire against nature, which, take care that you find out, is so called because it is contrary to nature, undoing and destroying that which she, with her diligent care, hath compounded. This is a fire not kindled from a spirit of wine or oil, but from an incombustible matter of equal duration and heat, and is a fire without light and combustion, of great virtue and efficacy, which, seeing it does not shine, cannot, without difficulty, be found in the dark. But it is still more hard to apply it rightly to the work, whose circumstances and properties we have sufficiently described in diverse places. Emblem 38. Rebus is a hermaphrodite produced from the two mountains of Mercury and Venus. Discourse 38. Socrates, being asked what countryman he was, answered that he was cosmopolite, or a citizen of the world, by which his intention was to signify that, though he was born at Athens as to person, yet in his mind he could freely run through the whole world, all things contained in it, and look upon that as his country. For the wise man that lives well is at home everywhere. So, if any man ask the philosophers what countryman their hermaphrodite is, they answer that he belongs to the world, or is in all the corners of the world where the elements can be found, as being the sons of the wise, and consequently has a country common with them. But inasmuch one man is not born twice or oftener, nor enters into this light in diverse places, but in one only, as Socrates the Athenian is acknowledged to have done, so Rebus is thought to be the inhabitant of two mountains, to wit, of Mercury and Venus, from whence the name of hermaphrodite is derived to him from both his parents. His house is mountainous, and his country is high, and therefore he exists by things got in a high place. A noble and large country are no small helps towards the performance of great actions, for these men are promoted to public offices and need not lie in obscurity, as it happens to persons born in mean places, where it is difficult by their proper merit and virtue to arise from a small fortune to be a glory to their country. In this manner, these mountains, unknown to many men, acquire fame from the hermaphrodite by reason of his illustrious actions and name, famous throughout all the world. For who, though never so little versed in the books of the philosophers, hath not heard of the name of Rebus? Who hath not seen and considered androgynous with two heads?
His fame has been known even amongst the Indians and is dispersed farther than that of Alexander. Many go from far countries to see and discourse with a learned man, or one particularly famous for war or any other art or science. But many more would travel to the mountains of Rebus if they could know where they may be found. Morenius testifies in his book with what care and study he departed from Rome to make diligent search after Adphasus Alexandrinus, and at last found him, and is therefore to be accounted more happy and acceptable to God, in that he had a living teacher, and not dumb masters, whereby he might learn and behold this thing, which is the native place of Rebus. Nor must they use less diligence and assiduity who by themselves, through reason, and out of books, would seek for this country. For though there seem to be some clearness in them sometimes, yet are they so veiled and clouded with intricacy and obscurity that it is very difficult to distinguish one thing from another. Wherefore we must cautiously proceed with them, lest they which are prepared for remedies may be used for poisons. They are an immense ocean in which expert mariners, sailing by astronomical instruments, may know the latitude or the elevation of the equator above the horizon, the magnet showing the North Pole. But as for the longitude, or how many degrees they are distant from the first meridian, which is next to the Fortunate Islands, they cannot discover. From whence they are uncertain in what place they are, between east and west. What is therefore to be done? That which the same mariners used to do, consult experience with reason, and thereby learn how to determine a long voyage by particular signs, promontorious islands, and other things, that they may not, for want of consideration, fall upon sands and rocks. But here is less danger if the thing do not prosper, but if it does, these are hopes of greater gain than those whose goods and life are all lost in an hour. Now, this mountain of the philosophical Mercury is not Nonacris, nor Atlas, where sometimes it is reported to be brought forth, but Parnassus with two tops, in one of which Hermes, and in the other Venus. Here also is Apollo and the Muses, and Hippocrene, the fountain of Pegasus, and laurels that are always green. It is one mountain in name, but in reality it is two, as Hermaphrodite is beheld with two heads and two members in one body. But what man of 1,000 persists in the ascending to the top of this mountain, who does not stop at the bottom, being hindered by variety of obstacles? Who is there almost that attains to the middle of it? Wherefore it is no strange thing if 1 in 10,000 undertake these Herculean labors, so as to set their foot on the top of the mountain, and enjoy the immortal reward of a laurel garland, which all those that are upright, docible, and addicted to learning and virtue may receive with joy, but that those that are not may be deprived thereof, is also much to be hoped for and desired. Emblem 39. Oedipus, having overcome Sphinx and killed his father Laios, married his mother. Discourse 39. Bacchusser, the philosopher in the Turba. Quote, "That which you seek for is of no small value, for you seek the greatest treasure and most excellent gift of God. And learn ye, students, that which the philosophers have long times intimated, saying that truth is not discerned but by error, and that nothing begets more grief to the heart than error in this work. For when a man thinks he is done and hath the world, he shall find nothing in his hands. End quote. The ancient philosophers would intimate the same things under the emblem of Sphinx and her propositions whereby the might set forth the obscurity and intricacy of this art. Hence the Egyptians in their Sacra Isiaca, which were celebrated in honor of Osiris by matred priests, with their heads and all parts of their body shaved, and clothes with a white and linen garment down to their heels, that these solemnities might not be known or discovered to the common people. They erected a statue of silence, which was called Sigalion, in the front of the altar, the assistants being enjoined to keep silence and turn their eyes to that image. And for the same reason they added the effigies of Sphinx at the corner, which did represent the physical knowledge of sacred things, as Boissardus does from ancient writers demonstrate. For Sphinx is a kind of monster proposing the most obscure riddles to the Thebans, and not only to them, but as she had done before to the Egyptians, so afterwards to others that aspire to art, she lies watching in the philosophical books, as she did before the gates of Thebes. If anyone pass by the monster, he suffers no harm by it, but if through the presumption of his wit and courage he endeavor to resolve its riddles, and cannot perform it, he acquires his own destruction, which is grief to his heart, and damage to his affairs by his error in this work. He that refers the allegories to true history is utterly mistaken, for they will seem to be childish and foolish tales if they be taken literally, but otherwise they are signs and tokens of profound learning. There are said to be in Africa certain wild beasts that have the name of Sphinx, but our discourse is not concerning them, though the enigmatical denomination of this fiction seems to be derived from them. The Sphinx of the philosophers both used and understood human speech, namely the Greek, and otherwise proposed subtle sentences and enigmatical questions, in which appears a singular sharpness of understanding and learning, and such as are uncommon to men, from which, consequently, brutes must be very far distant. All that are conversant in the assertions of the philosophers will easily discover them to be of this nature. For where one thing is spoken and another thing is meant, there equivocation will beget error. And this not only familiar to the philosophers, but likewise the city of Thebes, having been long perplexed with the riddles of Sphinx, at last one Oedipus appeared, who gave such answers that Sphinx could not restrain from throwing herself down from a rock. But who is this Oedipus? The son of the king of Thebes, who was foretold by an oracle that he should be slain by his son, and therefore when Oedipus was born, he commanded him to be killed, who, having a cord run through his feet and hung upon a tree and there left, was freed from thence and educated by a countryman. He, therefore, growing to man's estate, had swollen feet, but sufficiently declared the quickness of his wit before other men by resolving this riddle which Sphinx had proposed. Sphinx is indeed reported to have had many riddles, but this offered to Oedipus was the chief. Quote, "What is that which in the morning goeth upon 4 feet, upon 2 feet in the afternoon, and in the evening upon 3? End quote. What was answered by Oedipus is not known, But they who interpret concerning the ages of man are deceived. For a quadrangle of 4 elements are of all things first to be considered. From thence we come to the hemisphere having 2 lines, a right and a curve, that is, to the white luna. From thence to the triangle, which consists of body, soul, and spirit, or soul, luna, and Mercury. Hence Chrysis, in his epistles, says, quote, "The stone is a triangle in its essence, a quadrangle in its quality." End quote. And our 21st emblem and its exposition relate to the same matter. But Oedipus, moreover, notorious for parricide and incest, which are 2 of the most detestable vices that can ever be thought of, nevertheless, they promoted him to a kingdom otherwise due to him. He, having unawares killed his father, refusing to give way to him, and married the queen, the wife of Laios, his own mother. But this is not written for history or example, it being only feigned and allegorically introduced by the philosophers to discover the secrets of their doctrine. For in this work both these things happen. For the first efficient, the father is killed and thrown out by his effect, that is, his son, and afterwards the same effect couples second efficient to himself, so long till it becomes one with him. Thus the son is joined to his mother by matrimony, and enjoys his father's kingdom, as it were, by a triple right of arms, wedlock, and succession. He has swollen because he cannot run, and is like a bear as having the greatest secret, or a toad going with a slow pace, because it is fixing another, and not flying or dreading the fire, which, though it be a medium of a mean repute, yet the philosophers can by no means be without it. Emblem 40. Out of 2 waters make 1, and that will be the water of sanctity. Discourse 40. The miracles of water are so great and so many that they can scarce be comprehended in a large volume, concerning which several authors have treated up and down in their writings. But above all, there are 2 philosophical waters which are celebrated with that name, because they do not only rival, but also exceed the virtues and properties of all the rest. The rivers Sybaris, Axus of Macedonia, and Melas of Boeotia make cattle black if they drink of them, but the rivers Crathis, Clytomnus of Mavenia, and Cephissus make black cattle white. The waters of Sinuessa in Campania take away barrenness from both sexes. The river Aphrodisias makes women barren. Kabira, a fountain of Mesopotamia, hath a sweet smell. The water of a Niger in the Peloponnesus stinks very much. The fountain of Jupiter Ammon is cold in the daytime, hot in the night, in the evening and morning lukewarm by turns, not to mention many more. All things, although they be contrary one to the other, are performed by the waters of the philosophers. Lully speaks of them in his book, De Quinta Essentia Distin 3 de Inarratione. And so there is, saith he, a double consideration in art, that is, from one nature of one metal, to make 2 contrary liquors in composition, one that has a fixing, congealing, and hardening quality, the other that is volatile, unfixed, and soft. But the second liquor is hardened, fixed, and congealed by the first. From both which liquors there results one stone, congealed, fixed, and hardened, which hath the virtue of congealing that which is not congealed, of hardening what is mollified, of mollifying what is hard. From whence it appears what these two waters are, and why they are to be reduced to one water. For the stone is said to be water, because it is fusible, and on the contrary the water is called a stone, because it is frangible. But these waters are drawn out of different places, sometimes by a long tract, as may be seen in Rome, by the Aqua Virginis and other artificial fountains, and then they are to be mixed by the confluence of their water, that from two may be made one. For if one be of a hot and the other be of a cold virtue, when these are mixed together, they will acquire mixed virtues, and will temper themselves after a wonderful manner. From hence will arise the most excellent baths and medicinal water, which will dispel all sorts of maladies and diseases, and restore sound health to mankind. Nature does indeed, by her hidden artifice of composition, confound and mingle many waters with the virtues of diverse minerals in the bowels of the earth, which are beneficial to many sick and infirm persons. But if art be added to with due rules, so that not only the evacuations of nature that have been before, but those of art which are to come before, are totally affected, so that those things which should be mixed are mixed among themselves, the composition will become far more efficacious, which, although it may seem artificial, yet is merely natural, because one simple homogeneous thing is made out of diverse, which can never be affected by art. Art may cause a mixed use and confusion, but without the help of nature there can be no true and natural union, for that is made by nature only. In Treacle there is an artificial mixture of various simples, which is made by contrition and fermentation, but no man will affirm it to be a natural composition, much less to be a homogeneous medicine. As to the artificial mixture of substances, it is manifest that the least particles do not enter one into the other, which cannot be divided and separated again by the industry of any man whatsoever. But as to the mixture of all qualities, we must inquire whether the first triacles of all simples may pass into one quintessence, or whether they remain still in their first substances or powders, as they did before as accidents in their subjects, or colors upon a wall. And then what must be said of the second, third, and fourth qualities? It is probable that all qualities do still adhere to their proper subjects, and that they are not compounded among themselves with a true and natural mixture. Otherwise, if the qualities should leave their bodies, there would be 4 quintessences in every artificial compound, according to the number of the order of the qualities first, second, and etc., that must be without their bodies and separable, which thing is not so. They write of the coagulation of the hare's blood, that in a flux occasioned by thinness of blood it do stop, and, as it were, coagulate. But in coagulation and commixtion it cuts and dissolves the same, so there are contrary operations of vinegar and lead, and many other things according as their use is diverse, because nature has mixed them so wonderfully. And thus the philosophical water has diverse and contrary virtues, because nature, by the help of art, has out of contraries mixed it into one indivisible substance, which is nothing else but a quintessence in respect of other things that are to be mingled with it. Emblem 41. Adonis is killed by a boar, to whom Venus hasting tinges the roses with her blood. Discourse 41. Some of the mythologists, when they would explain the allegory of Adonis, say that he is the sun and that the boar by whom he is slain is the winter season, hairy with frost. Others say that he is the seed of the corn, which is 6 months under the earth with Proserpine, and 6 months above the ground with Venus. But how improperly this is done has been sufficiently shown by us in other places, for we affirm, and that by universal consent, that by Adonis is to be understood the soul of the philosophers, according to this verse: Omnia sunt idem Dionysus sol Dionys Adonis. Dionysus, Sol, and Adonis are the same. And Orpheus, qui variae cataris nomine Adonai. Adonis, honored by a various name. Germanum et idem autor paritor puer a puella. Author of buds, thou art both maid and boy. Now all these things cannot be understood of the celestial sun, but may be understood of the philosophical one, for this expresses both sexes, whereas that does not, and so these mythologists attribute the same thing to Dionysus and Sol as they do to Adonis, and on the contrary, and so likewise, to Osiris. But Adonis is slain by the boar, that is, by the sharpness of vinegar, or dissolving water, which hath terrible teeth like a boar, and has his members loosened and cut off. But Venus endeavors to help her lover, and when he was dead, laid out and preserved him among lettuces. In the same manner Osiris is slain by Typhon, and cut into several pieces, which Isis, the wife of Osiris, gathered up, and having joined them together, buried them. The same morning which yearly followed the death of Osiris in Egypt was also celebrated the death of Adonis in Syria and neighboring kingdoms, when, after weeping and lamenting for several days together, there were great expressions of joy, with dancing and other ceremonies, as if he had been conveyed into heaven. From hence arose the vanity of the heathen religion, or superstition, which was vastly increased by the devils who thence took occasion to promote it and to procure false miracles. Adonis was born of Cinyras, according to the fable of the king of Cyprus and his daughter Miras. He is said to be sprung from a detestable incest, if we look upon the history. But if we regard the allegories, it was so far from being unlawful that, in fact, it was absolutely necessary. For in this art nothing can be perfected unless it be born from a conjunction between the mother and the son, and the father and his daughter. For here, by how much nearer in blood, whether in the first or second degree of consanguinity, the married couple may be so much more fruitful they will prove, and on the contrary, the farther remote, so much the more barren, which, if taken literally, is not to be suffered. Hence Oedipus married his mother, Jupiter his sister, and so did Osiris, Saturn, Sol, Servus Rubeus, or the Red Servant, and Gabricius. Saul speaks thus of Adonis, that is, concerning himself, in the metaphor of Belinus in the Rosary. Says he, quote, "Know ye that my father Saul hath given me power above all powers, and clothed me with new garments of glory, for I am his only son, and more like my father, and I divest my servants from their power and nature, and clothe them with my beautiful splendor and light, which my father gave me. For I am excellent, and do exalt and depress all, and none of my servants is above me, but one, who is permitted to be repugnant and contrary to me, and to destroy me, yet he does not destroy my nature. He is Saturn, who separates all my parts. Afterwards I go to my mother, who gathers together all my divided and separated members. I illuminate all those things that appertain to one, and cause light to appear openly in the way from my father Saturn, and also from my mother, who is an enemy to me." End quote. These words are so clear that they may dispel any darkness that is before the mind of a person, never so little versed in reading, who may behold the agreement that there is between things and persons. For truths, although hid under the veils of allegories, have a wonderful consent among themselves, whereas those things which are false are repugnant and inconsistent, both in themselves and in others. Emblem 42. Nature, reason, experience, and reading must be the guide, staff, spectacles, and lamp to him that is employed in chemical affairs. Discourse 42. There are innumerable accidents which may happen to travelers, especially if they are to walk in the night time through dangerous and slippery places. But besides provisions and strength of body, there are 4 things that are extremely necessary. In the first place, a skillful guide or companion, for if the ignorant lead the ignorant, it may happen either as to the blind that they may both fall into the ditch, or at least they both may run into difficulties and errors. In the next place, a staff, by which a remedy may be provided against the slipperiness of the way. Thirdly, good eyes, for else the way is almost as dangerous to those that are dim-sighted as to the blind. Fourthly, a lamp or lighted torch, by which several obstacles may be avoided, so that if any person applies himself to the search of the philosophical medicine, besides strength of body and money sufficient for his expenses, there are 4 other things requisite, to wit, nature, reason, experience, and reading. For if any of these are wanting, the others will be of little prevalence. For these are the 4 wheels of the philosophical chariot, for which one of them cannot be wanting, and if it be left out, it avails nothing. Nature presupposes natural bodies and spirits as the subjects, first ministered by nature, upon which art may afterwards exert itself by preparing, purifying, and rendering them capable of having that produced from them, which art proposes for its end. So the potter takes earth and water, the glassmaker ashes and sand, a smith iron, brass, lead, tin, copper, silver, and gold, a tanner raw hides, and so other artists take other things. The chemist has regard to his materials. Theirs are known to them the very first day, but when he begins, his are utterly unknown to him for many years, and perhaps for his whole life. Nature does indeed lay its finger upon the matters, but there are many things which obscure the impression of nature that it cannot be known. Therefore, the first intention must be to intimately contemplate nature and to see how she proceeds in her operations. To this end, that the natural subjects of chemistry, without defect or superfluity, may be attained to. From whence let nature be thy guide and companion of so great a journey, and follow her footsteps. In the next place, let reason be like a staff which may keep the feet steady and firm, that they may not slip nor waver. For without reasoning, any person will be apt to fall into error, whence the philosophers say, whatever you hear, reason upon it, whether it can be so or no. For no man is forced to believe or act impossibilities unless he be of a weak memory, dull genius, and foolish imagination, to impose upon himself by taking false thing for true, and rejecting true things as false. They say likewise that they take no care of the words that are said, but rather of the things as they may be understood, and that words are for things, and not things for words. As for example, if any man should ask if glass may be made malleable by the philosophical tincture, well, why should I not believe it, provided reason vitiates it? Thirdly, experience will be as spectacles by which things may be seen at a distance. These are optic instruments invented and made by art to help and amend the weakness of men's eyes. Not unlike these are all experiments of every kind that have been tried about the mineral matter, whether seen or truly related, and the more these remain in the memory, the more will be drawn from thence by a man of reason, who will compare them with themselves and other things, that he may see what is truth and what is not. Fourthly, reading does, as it were, kindle a clear lamp in the understanding, without which there will everywhere be darkness and thick clouds. But the reading of good authors ought to be often repeated, otherwise it will not be profitable. Kinar Bakassar in the Turba saith, quote, he, therefore, that is of an even temper and exercises patience without regret, will go in the right path of this art. But he that thinks himself able sooner to reap benefit from our books is deceived, and it had been better for him not to have looked into or touched them. End quote. Emblem 43. Give ear to the vulture's words, which are in no wise false. Discourse 43. We daily in many places hear birds such as parrots, ravens, daws, and pies that prattle and imitate a human voice. Pliny writes that at the same time that he published his history, Agrippina, the wife of Claudius Caesar, had a thrush that could speak, and that the young Caesars had a starling and nightingales that were accustomed to the Greek and Latin tongues, and daily spoke new things in a long thread of words or sentences. But in as at this time such birds are more frequently to be met with, they are now less wondered at, for use and custom will make any birds capable of speaking, if their tongues are more broad than ordinary. But that vulture which the philosophers mention has not learnt his words, if he utters any by use. His own nature expresses them tacitly, but the philosophers say that he continually cries out with a loud voice who and what he is, in which he imitates great princes, who, in the beginning of their public pronouncements, will always make known what are their inheritances and titles, not out of pride, but that others, as well as themselves, may know what principalities they govern, or what rights of inheritance they pretend to. So it is very necessary to know what colors, as ensigns of arms and titles, the philosophic bird enjoys, and wherein he excels all others. Saith he, as the rosary hath it from Hermes, quote, I am the black of white, and the citrine of red. End quote. And such he really is, for though he doth not as yet actually possess these last colors, yet he expects the inheritance of them. Hereupon saith Rosinus in his book Divinarum Interpretationem, quote, Take the stone which is black, white, red citrine, that admirable bird which flies without wings in the darkness of night and in the clearness of the day. End quote. For coloration is taken from bitterness existing in his throat, but more water is taken from his blood, as Alexander saith, quote, Take, O my son, the stone of 4 colors. End quote. The books of the philosophers do abundantly declare that the stone has all these colors, which are principations in a successive order. But it may not be improper to declare why the philosophical subject is called a vulture. Those vultures which are black have most force and are rapacious, but they fly slowly because of the bulk of their bodies. They say this bird conceives without the help of the male and generates without coition, and their offspring arrive to a great age, even 100 years. They build in high rocks, and no man has touched their nests. Seldom more than 2 of their young ones are seen. They are an assistance against serpents. They conceive by the east wind. When they begin to lay eggs, they bring a thing out of the Indies, which, as a nut has something within it that may be moved and forthwith yields a sound, which, when they have applied it to themselves, they produce many young ones, but one only remains, which is called Immusulus. We have the testimony of Hermaphrodite Ponticus in Callius, that vultures are the most innocent of all animals because they touch nothing that mankind sows, plants, or feeds. Besides, they kill no living creature. They abstain from birds, though dead, by a certain instinct of affinity. For this reason, they were accounted the signs in divination, as the foundation of the city of Rome may declare. The philosophical bird, expressing almost all these qualities of the vulture, is therefore not undeservedly called a vulture by Hermes and others. He is slow in flight and of color black. He conceives from himself, for so Rosarius towards the end. And he is the dragon who marries himself and impregnates himself and brings forth in his own season. And Rosarius to Saratanta, quote, And that is the serpent, luxuriant in itself, impregnating itself, and bringing forth in one day. End quote. It lives and endures a very long time and multiplies itself. For what Virgil writes concerning the phoenix agrees likewise to this, for it is the same bird. It is very difficult to climb the nest of this bird. It fights with the mercurial serpent and overcomes it, that is, Sol. With Luna it is conceived by the wind and carried in its belly, and borne in the air. The stone Aetites or aquiline, containing within it the little stone sounding, is by many men called totium. One only Immusulus is found in the nest of the philosophers. The philosophic bird is also most innocent because it hurts no body. It is beneficial to all that know it, and most excellent in divinations. But does he make a nest on the mountains and sitting there cry out? Rosinus, according to Rhasis, gives this answer. Quote, contemplate the highest mountains, both those on the right hand and those on the left, and climb up thither. There our stone is found, and in another mountain which produces all sorts of printers' colors and spirits or species, there it is likewise. End quote. Likewise, Morianos says, quote, ascend the high mountains covered with trees, because there our stone is found and hidden. End quote. And Hermes says, quote, take you the blessed stone and break it to small pieces, and wash the red stone from which is extracted that which is found in mountains, and especially in old sinks or shores. End quote. Emblem 44. Typhon kills Osiris by deceit and disperses his limbs, but the famous Isis gathered them together. Discourse 44. In the first book of our hieroglyphics, we have fully explained and reduced the allegory of Osiris to its true original, which is chemical. And though we shall not repeat that, yet we shall make a discourse parallel to it, whereby we may retain Osiris within the bounds of ancient chemistry, all which has been so often sung of and figured out by the ancient poets. For you can never possibly persuade me that Osiris was a god or a king of Egypt, for to me the contrary to both seems apparent from several circumstances. He is indeed the sun, but it is the philosophical one. Now, that name being often attributed to him, the vulgar who read it, and knew of no other sun but that which gives light to the world, interpreted it in that sense. The sun of the philosophers has its denomination from the sun of the world, because it contains those properties of nature which descend from the celestial sun, or are agreeable to it. Therefore, Sol is Osiris, Dionysus, Bacchus, Jupiter, Mars, Adonis, Oedipus, Perseus, Achilles, Triptolemus, Pelops, Hippomenes, Pollux, and Luna is Isis, Juno, Venus, the mother of Oedipus, Danae, Deianira, Atalanta, Helena, as also Latona, Semele, Leda, Antiope, Thalia. These are the parts of that compound which before the operation is called the stone, and by the name of every metal, magnesia. After operation, it is called Orcus, Pyrrhus, Apollo, Asculapius. The adjuncts are Typhon, Python, the boar. The artists are Hercules, Ulysses, Jason, Perithous. And the labors and dangers which those artists underwent were innumerable. We may see the labors of Hercules, the errors of Ulysses, the dangers of Jason, the endeavors of Theseus, the remorse of Perithous. This is the great volume of matter and doctrine, through which in every page Saturn, Mercury, and Vulcan do often occur, the first as father of all, the cause without which nothing can be effected, the second as the matter or form, the third as the efficient. Sol takes Luna, his sister, to be his wife. Jupiter takes Juno as Saturn, Rhea, and Osiris does Isis. Dionysus is snatched out of his mother Semele, who was burnt by the thunder of Jupiter, so that he may come to maturity in the thigh of his father Jupiter. Aesculapius from his mother Coronis. Dionysus, being grown up, shows men the use of wine, making an expedition as far as the Indies. Osiris and Triptolemus, that of corn and how to sow it, and Aesculapius that of medicine. The Greeks called him Dionysus, the Latins Bacchus, the Egyptians Osiris, and the Syrians Adonis. Oedipus killed his father and married his mother. Perseus slew his grandfather, Typhon his brother Osiris, and the boar Adonis. Ceres, the nurse of Triptolemus, his father Eleusiris. Hippomenes overcame Atalanta by a golden apple. Tantalus, the father of Pelops, obtained Hippodamia by overcoming her in a race of chariots. Osiris, being cut in pieces, was joined together again by Isis, his mother, sister, and wife. The child Pelops was boiled and dressed, his shoulder eaten by Ceres, and again returned to life, an ivory shoulder being added to him. Achilles and Triptolemus were put under coals of fire by night, and in the daytime nourished by milk, one by Ceres his nurse, the other by his mother Thetis. Achilles and Helena were the causes of the Trojan War, she as the impulsive, he as the efficient cause. Helena was hatched from an egg, and at the nuptials of Peleus and Thetis, from whom Achilles descended, that apple of Eris, or discord, which was the first cause of the rape of Helena, was thrown about. Pollux was assisting to the Argonauts, who are supposed, if ever they lived at all, to have lived at least 50 years before the Trojan War began, and both he and Helena were produced out of one egg. Therefore Helena was an old woman when she was ravished by Paris. Medea, when an old woman and without a tooth in her head, was married to Achilles in the Elysian fields, unless she restored herself to youth, as she did to Aeson, the father of unless she restored youth to herself, as she did to Aeson, the father of Jason, and as Ceres did to Pelops, for which reason he is said to have been twice young. Perseus received a flying horse from Pallas, and in recompense brought the head of Medusa to her, to whom Mercury gave a scimitar, and the rest of the gods other weapons. Ceres gave Triptolemus a chariot with flying dragons. When Pallas was born of the brain of Jupiter, and Sol was in conjunction with Venus, it rained gold at Rhodes. And Jupiter, in the form of a golden shower, lay with Danae, as a swan with Leda, as a cuckoo with his sister Juno, as a bull with Europa, as a satyr with Antiope. And so there was a concord in them all. Emblem 45. The work is perfected by Sol and his shade.
Discourse 45. As a light kindled in a round or spherical palace enlightens all the wall above or below, except where some table or utensil in the middle obstructs its influences, so likewise the sun, being placed in the vast arch of heaven, illuminates with its rays all the concavity of heaven, and those bodies which are contained in it that are diaphanous and capable of receiving light, that is, all the stars, both the wandering and the fixed, except where the thickness of the intermediate earth prohibits it. For there a black shade, or darkness, which is called night, remains so long till it is driven away by the sun, and light is poured out and beheld in its stead. Shade, therefore, or night, is the privation or absence of solar light, and day, on the contrary, is the irradiation and circumfusion of it. Shade is that which cannot endure the aspect of the sun, and therefore absconds itself and avoids it, sometimes in this, sometimes in another part of the earth, according as the sun is in opposition to it. The sun and shade never yet saw one another, although if nature would admit it, they might do it every moment. But the sun, considering her as an enemy to himself, always pursues her whilst she flies, so that he can never weary her, so as to overtake her. As Buchanan says in his Book of the Sphere, after the image and example of that great sun and his shade, the philosophers have observed that their sun likewise has a black, cloudy, flying shadow. Hence Hermes saith, quote, "My sun extract its shadow from the ray." End quote. That is, see that you bring your sun round about by the primum mobile, over which Vulcan presides, that that part of the earth which is now covered with a shady night may enjoy the clear light of the sun. For if the whole firmament of heaven, with all that is contained in it, were not carried round in each natural day, that is, in the space of 24 hours, by its first motion, but the sun should move by its proper motion, which is called the second or annual one, those antipodes who are below us would have night for almost the space of 6 months, and we, in the meantime, should have daylight, and so, on the contrary, so that the whole year would consist of 1 day and 1 night, as it is now under both the poles, as reason and experience show us. But it hath pleased divine providence to order it otherwise, which therefore ordered 2 motions of the planets, the first and second, and so distributed the year into many days. Now the shade and the sun do together make a day and night, which the sun by itself alone could not do. It is its property to illuminate all bodies and places that are opposite to it, but it is by accident only that its absence makes a shade. So also the philosophical sun with its shade make a day that is light, and darkness or night, to wit, Latona or magnesia, whose shade, as Democritus says in the beginning of the 3 books of his Mensa Aurea, must be cemented and burnt up by a fiery medicine. The use of shadows in astronomy is so great that without them that science can scarce be accomplished. It is to shade, likewise, that the chemist ascribes the perfection of his art. For what is this sun without a shadow? The same as a clapper without a bell, that indeed makes the first motion to a sound, that is, the quill, this the instrument of music, that the tongue, this the great mouth. A shade is the most contemptible thing, and next to having no being. So also, the philosopher's shadow is a thing black, blacker than black, as they call it, or viler than a weed, not in respect of itself, but in the opinion of men and the plenty of it. What more useful than fire, more precious than water, more amiable than earth, which yields flowers and all things that are lovely? What more delightful than air, which, if it once be obstructed, will make all things cease to be pleasant, but because in their vast spheres they are exposed to the common use of mankind by a preposterous imagination, they are thought to be of no value. In like manner, both the common and philosophical shade are disesteemed. They who have lived long in subterranean shades lose their eyesight if they are brought suddenly to the clear light of the sun. So they who remain and work only in the philosophical shade and do not join the sun to it are deprived of their judgment, which is the guide of their mind, and so can bring nothing to effect. When the celestial sun is elevated to the height of noon, the heat is greater and the shadows less. So here, when the heat is mirrored, the shade is less, and likewise on the contrary. We must therefore begin when the sun from the meridian call side bends itself again to the top of our head in Capricorn, and the first operation even to Aries will be finished. There begins the work of women even to Leo, and afterwards labor proceeds from labor, till the year as a serpent takes hold of the tail with the head, that is to say, is completed. Emblem 46. Two eagles come together, one from the east and the other from the west. Discourse 46. Cicero, in his book of the nature of the gods, declares the most ancient Apollo to be the son of Vulcan, the defender of Athens, which opinion is very true when, as it ought to be, it is transferred to an allegory. For Vulcan produces the philosophical son which is Apollo, but the opinion of his being the son of Jupiter has prevailed. For when Latona has twins in her womb, that is, Apollo and Diana, which she had conceived by Jupiter, Juno, being jealous, sent Python, a serpent of a vast magnitude, to persecute and vex her whilst she was with child. The miserable woman, after many and tedious wanderings, was at length carried by a ship into the island of Ortygia, to her sister Asteria, who governed these and that island, being almost wholly overflown with the sea, yet afforded place for Latona whilst she was in travail, from whence it was called Delos, or manifest, which before was not manifest. There she brought forth her children. The first that came forth was Diana, and she did the office of a midwife to her mother, who labored in the birth of her brother Apollo, from whence it came to pass women in travail call upon her deity by the names of Diana or Ilithia, because she shows light to infants newly born, their eyes being opened. Apollo, therefore, being born and grown up, slew Python, the tormentor of his mother, with his arrows. He likewise slew the Cyclops, because they made thunder for Jupiter to destroy his son Asclepius. For it was with thunder that Jupiter struck him down to hell, because he had restored Hippolytus to life, that had been torn in pieces by horses.
That these things are merely chemical we have demonstrated in many places, for Latona, Cynthia, Apollo, and Python are requisites of this art, which have such relations one to another as have been declared before. For these same things being divulged in the writings of the most ancient poets, as Orpheus, Linus, Musaeus, and Homer, they gave occasion to the ignorant to ascribe religious worship and veneration to Apollo, and to erect innumerable temples to him, both in Europe and Asia. But that which was most celebrated was at Delos, where there was a vast number of statues made of solid gold and silver, of great weight and artifice, being there as spoiled by many kings and princes, with other most precious gifts which had been presented by all sorts of persons out of their peculiar devotion. Pausanias relates that there was a bronze skeleton of admirable workmanship hung up at the top of the temple by Hippocrates. There was likewise that famous tripos, which Mulciber made and gave to Pelops, that was afterwards consecrated to Apollo by Pelops when he married Hippodamia, the daughter of Oenomaus, king of Elis. This was erected in the middle of the temple, where Pythia, sitting upon it, received the inspiration of the devil breaking forth from a profound hollow, and being filled with it, prophesied and gave answers to those who inquired after the events of things to come. Delphos was seated near the foot of Parnassus in Boeotia. Not far from the temple was the divining fountain named Cassietus, which extinguished such burning torches as were brought near it, but if they were removed afar off, they suddenly took fire and were rekindled. The water of the same fountain gave a power of prophesying to such as drank of it, but then their lives were shortened by it. There being a concourse, therefore, from all parts of Europe and Asia to the Delphic oracles, the poets feigned that Parnassus was in the middle of the earth, and that they proved by an example of Jupiter, who had made experiment of it, by sending forth 2 eagles. But this thing not being supported by the credit of any history, it may not be repugnant to the truth to ascribe it to chemical matters, especially in as Apollo, in all his circumstances and his original, has before been declared to be chemical, although afterwards the devil confirmed the superstition of men, and under that name gave forth prophecies. The 2 eagles are 2 stones, one of which comes from the east, the other from the west, as the philosophers have many ways demonstrated. Jupiter has sent them forth as his ensign bearers. The eagle seems indeed to be the friend of Apollo, or Sol, because she proves her young ones by the sunbeams, and disowns those as illegitimate who cannot endure them. Its feathers are reputed not to putrefy, although mixed with other things, and that they devour the feathers of other birds, and that they easily admire of being gilded. It does not die of old age or sickness, but of hunger. For the upper part of his beak grows so crooked that he cannot feed himself, which, having cast off, he plunges himself 3 times in a fountain, and is said by these means to be restored to youth again. Hence the psalmist says, quote, "Thy youth shall be renewed like that of an eagle." End quote. This, of all birds, is never affected with thunder. It has war with the dragon, who therefore hunts after its eggs. All these endorsements of its nature have given occasion to the philosophers in their art to extol the eagle and liken their stone to it. There are innumerable examples of this kind in their books, which at present we shall not mention. No epigraphs are given. for emblems 47, 48, 49, and 50. Discourse 47. The philosophers in many places make mention of two stones that are freely given to us, as Arnoldus, Isaac, and others. Avicenna, amongst the rest, affirms that they are thrown out in the dung, neglected by the vulgar, but if they be joined together, they perfect the magistery. Some extol the occidental Mercury, which hath proffered itself before gold, and overcome it. But the author of the Concilium Conjugis Solis and Luna, out of the Epistle of Aristotle, does best of all describe the two stones, when he saith, there are two stones, principles of this art, white and red, of wonderful nature. At the setting of the sun, the white begins to appear upon the surface of the waters, hiding itself till midnight, and afterwards descends to the bottom. But the red operates otherwise, for it begins to arise upon the waters at the rising of the sun till noon, and afterwards descends to the bottom. These stones, therefore, are the two, sent by Jupiter out of Delphos, as we said before. Those also are the wolf and dog, coming from different parts of the earth, which bite and worry one another, and both become mad, as Rossus declares in his epistles, quote, those stones are the most true bezoar, which comes from the East Indies, taken out of the bellies of wild beasts. The West Indies yield another, but of less efficacy, and is called that of Peru, and taken out of tame animals. End quote. So, the East affords a most fierce wolf, the West a dog familiar to man. That is, sulfur comes from the eastern as Mercury does from the western regions, of which the one is soft and tractable, the other is choleric and fierce. As soon they meet, they fall upon one another, but the dog, being of a remarkable size, obtains the first victory by prostrating the wolf and almost killing him. Then the wolf, recovering his strength, overthrows the dog and never suffers him to rise again, but kills him in the main. The wolf receives such wounds from the dog that are not less mortal than those he gave him, and so they are wounded to death by one another. Rosinus to Euthymia says concerning the wolf that, quote, he is a stout soldier, conqueror of two, and of much esteem and most intense strength, that can perforate bodies when he meets with them, and is white in appearance, red by experiment, and is the male that took Luna to wife, which some men suppose to be gold of a most precious connection, whose congelation is never dissolved, nor footsteps or imperfections ever defaced, which God has bestowed upon the holy and elect philosophers. You must know that nature has taken an equal as an enemy. End quote. And a little after that he says, quote, sulfur is most strong and fights against fire that it contains and is contained, for a most precious color proceeds from the two conjoined together, and that sulfur, which is naturally volatile, can never afterwards fly away, because the soul hath perforated it. And in like manner the tincture of the soul hath perforated and mixed with the body, and the body hath contained the soul, and refrains the natural flying of it. End quote. And then, to one demanding which of the two stones was strongest, he answers, quote, that stone which is no stone is stronger than the other enemy. But if red is stronger than that which hath strengthened his companions by his fortitude, The Oriental wolf is therefore stronger than the Occidental dog, although he does not obtain the effect of his victory, but by falling together with his enemy. End quote. For the tinging poison is produced from both. The differences, therefore, between the wolf and the dog is but small, for a mastiff or dog may appear with the form or kind of a wolf so as to seem to have been a wolf originally, but to have become tame, running through many generations. After the same manner, sulfur and mercury differ but little from one another, because that proceeds from this, and this from that. Mercury indeed begat sulfur, but sulfur purged mercury, and rendered it to itself. The same Rosinus asks these questions. Whence comes its color? And answers, from its most intense bitterness. Whence comes its bitterness and intention? Answer, from the impurity of the metal. Is its red color never supereminent? He answers, yes. And again he asks, is it never hotter than fire? Answer, fire in respect of it is as water in respect of fire. Again, question, is it not stronger than fire? He answers, not. When then do you assert it to be stronger than fire? He answers, because fires meeting together do destroy one another. It is therefore manifest that one is the food and aliment of the other, and so much as the one increases, the other decreases, till that which increases prevails, and the dragon devours the serpent. In great battles it often happens that they who undergo the greatest slaughter win the field and victory. So also, though the dog lie prostrate, yet he was not so overcome at his death, but that he could not hold his enemy so fast, that as the other could not live without him, so neither could he without the other. Discourse 48. Xerxes, that most powerful king of Persia, leading his army through dry and uninhabited countries in the midst of extreme heat, being very thirsty, did not refuse a draught of muddy water offered him by a soldier, but drank most plentifully and gave a very large reward to him that brought it. And indeed, if a man at this time, as some of our latest historians affirm, should travel through the domains of Persia, he would seldom meet with fountains of fresh water, for their standing waters are brackish, and the soil itself upon the surface has a very great saltiness. After the same manner, the king of the philosophers, being tormented with thirst, commands his servants to bring him plenty of fresh water, which being brought him, he drinks till he is satiated, as appears by the allegory of Merlin. Diverse physicians undertook the cure of the king that was sick and discolored. The Egyptians, administering their medicine, stirred the humors whilst yet they were crude, whereas Hippocrates says they must be concocted before they be purged, unless they be stirring and flexible, for then they must immediately be expelled, lest they make an effort and fall upon the more noble parts. Hereupon are dangerous symptoms, as happen to the king. But the physicians of Alexandria, coming afterwards, and being esteemed more successful in chronic diseases, restored the king to his former health. It is very well worthwhile to cure so great a king, who, being made healthy, extends a liberal hand and a serene aspect to his physician. We have read how many men's cures have been nobly rewarded by several kings, as that of Demonides by Polycrates, tyrant of Samos with 2 talents, Erasistrati, who, as Pliny writes, was the disciple of Chrysippus and the son of Aristotle's daughter, as likewise Jacob Coeterius, physician to Louis II, King of France, from whence he received a salary of 4,000 crowns a month, not to mention more modern instances. But the cure of this king is accompanied with a reward that is still far greater. For as Hermes and Geber in the Rosary, quote, "He that can once complete this art, if he should live 1,000,000 years, and every day should feed 4,000 men, he could not want." End quote. And Senior confirms this by saying, quote, "He that has this stone from which the elixir is made is so rich that he can, like the man that has fire, give to whom he will and when he will, and as much as he will, without his own danger or the want of it." End quote. The father of Democritus was so rich that he gave a feast to the army of Xerxes, and Pythias, a man exceedingly wealthy, offered the same prince that he would pay his whole army and find them provision for 5 months, provided that the youngest of his 5 sons, who was the comfort of his old age, might stay at home with him and not be forced to go into the king's army. But the barbarous, basely rejecting his petition, commanded the youth to be cut in 2 pieces and impaled on either side of the highway through which the whole army was to pass, as Sabellicus relates in the 2nd book of his Enneads. But the wealth of these men are nothing to the riches of this king, which are without number or dimension. Being cured and freed from the waters, all the kings and potentates of other regions have honored and feared him, and when they would see any of his wonderful works, they put 1 ounce of mercury, well washed, in a crucible, and cast thereupon, as it were, 1 grain of millet seed of his nails, or his hair, or his blood, and blowing gently with coals, they let it cool with them, and found such stone as I know. This is he of whom Count Bernard makes mention, that he can give to his 6 courtiers as much of his kingdom as he himself possesses, provided they wait till he recovers his youth in the bath, and be adorned with various garments, to wit, a black breastplate, a white shirt, and purple blood. For then he promises to give some of his blood to every one of them, and make them partakers of his riches. Discourse 49. Women that keep company with many men seldom conceive living children, for nature very seldom admits of a superfetation. Hence, whatever offspring is born, whether it be 1 or more individuals, they proceed from 1 father and mother. There is a remarkable instance in history of Margaret, the wife of Hermann, Earl of Henneberg, who, in the year 1276, bore 365 children, which were all christened, the males by the name of John, the females yet of Elizabeth. All died and were buried in the church of Lousden in Holland, about a mile from The Hague, towards the sea. And in the same place may still be seen the brazen basin in which they were baptized, with an inscription of the whole story. The reason given for it is that the countess, seeing a poor woman with twins in her arms, called her an adulteress, as if it were impossible for more than one child to be conceived at one birth from one man. But yet they necessarily spring from diverse, whereupon the poor woman, knowing herself clear from any guilt, made this imprecation, that the Countess herself might at one time by one man conceive as many children as there were days in the year. This is a miracle, but yet a natural work, which happened by the divine vengeance. But in the philosophical work, that which is otherwise contrary to nature is easily admitted under the veil of an allegory, for here one offspring is said to have 3 fathers, and likewise so many mothers. Hence Raymond, as cited by the Rosary, says, quote, "Our infant has 2 fathers and 2 mothers, and because he with his whole substance is tenderly nourished in fire, therefore he never dies. So Dionysus or Bacchus is called Bimatur." End quote. As having 2 mothers, who, when his mother was burnt before the time of his maturity, was taken out of her belly and sewed into his father's thigh, who thereupon became father and mother too. But these things are better declared in the conception of Orion, who is said to have been produced by the seeds of Apollo, Vulcan, and Mercury mixed together, and preserved in the hide of an ox for 10 months. Now, all this would not only be fabulous, but monstrous, unless the secret of nature that is not obvious to all men lay hid under it. Lully, in his Theoretica Testamenti, attributes as many and almost the same fathers to his philosophic birth, to wit, Sol, who is Apollo or the celestial sun, the first author of this generation, who, by his unspeakable occult and astral power, works upon a contained matter known to the philosophers as upon the matrix of a woman, and in that produces a son or offspring like himself, to whom afterwards he will lease and resign his arms and ensigns of virtue, as belonging to him by right of inheritance, that is, the faculty of maturating things immature, and the energy of tinging and purging things not tinged or purged. For whatsoever Sol perfects in 1,000 year, his son can perform in half an hour. Therefore, that his virtue may be 1,000 times stronger than that of Sol, his father delivers him to Vulcan and the artist for education, that his generous disposition may be improved and multiplied in strength by their means and assistance. For it is manifest to be very advantageous to be accustomed to a thing from the time of a child. So Achilles, Jason, and Hercules were for the same intent committed to Chiron to be instructed. For Milo the Crotonian, who carried a calf when he was a boy, by custom came to be able to carry an ox when he grew to be a man. Therefore 'tis not without reason that Vulcan and the artist are said to be the fathers of this child, as well as Sol. For as he was the cause of his being at first, so these make him such as he is, and so great as he appears to be. No equivalent reward can be made to masters for institution, no more than to parents for generation. These dispose the body, they the mind, and so no less recompense is due to one than to the other of them. In the production of Orion, Mercury contributes matter, Apollo the form, and Vulcan the heat or efficient cause, and so it is likewise necessary in the philosophic work that these 3 fathers should seem to conspire together for the birth of one offspring,
that is to be the darling of the philosophers. Discourse 50. The mansion of dragons is in caverns of the earth, but of men upon the earth in the immediate air, which two elements are contrary, and yet are appointed by the philosopher to be joined together, that one may act upon the other. But by the woman others understand the eagle, as Basil in his second key, for 'tis not convenient, says he, for an eagle to place her nest upon the Alps, because her young ones would die by the coldness of the snow upon the top of the mountains. But if you add to the eagle a cold dragon that hath a long time had his habitation in the rocks, and is crept out of the caverns of the earth, and put them both into an infernal cell, then will Pluto blow, and by his last draw a fiery volatile spirit from the cold dragon, which with its great heat will burn the eagle's feathers and excite a sudorific bath, as will melt the snow upon the top of the mountains and turn it into water, from whence a mineral bath may be well prepared to contribute health and fortune to the king. This reward is wonderful, that a cold dragon should yield a fiery spirit, yet experience declares it to be true. In burnt serpents that send forth a venomous flame, poisoning those that stand by it. Nor is it without reason that preservers of the chemical treasures should be called flaming dragons, and keepers of the golden fleece, the garden of the Hesperides, and that of Cadmus and others. For this dragon lives in strait places of subterranean rocks, which you must take from there, and join it to the eagle, or woman to her in her grave, or to the other, if you would rather have it so, in her nest. For 'tis the nature of the dragon sometimes to lie in wait for the eagle's eggs, and wage mortal war with the eagle. There are some Greek writers that report that in times past a dragon fell in love with a maid and lay with her. What wonder, then, if the philosophers would have their dragon shut up in the same cavern with the woman? Vaporous joins red and black dragons together in the deep gulf of the mountains, and burns them with fire, and the black ones, perishing, he saith, quote, the keeper of the mountain searcheth for them everywhere, and he brings them to the mountain. End quote. Merlin, in his vision, if it be not supposititious, makes mention of a white and red dragon. These dragons, whatsoever they be, whether one be a woman or female dragon, do act mutually until they both die, and emit blood from their wounds, wherewith they are both imbued. But hereby the dragon is understood to be the element of earth and fire, and by the woman those of air and water. Whence the clangor buccina saith, quote, the dragon is the matter remaining in the bottom after the water is distilled from it. End quote. And according to Hermes, quote, the water of the air, being between heaven and earth, is the life of every thing, for that water dissolves a body into a spirit, and makes a live thing of a dead thing, and constitutes marriage between man and woman, for it makes the whole benefit of the art. End quote. And of the earth he says thus, quote, and moreover understand that the particular earth which we tread upon is not the true element. Yea, it is elemented from its true fifth element,
nor doth the fifth elemental substance recede from its elemented body from which the earth is formed. End quote. And a little after, quote, but the virgin and true element which fire cannot burn is in the center of the earth. This is the dragon whereof we speak, insinuating itself even into the center of the earth, where the heat being great, it conceives within itself a flaming heat, wherewith it burns the woman or eagle. End quote. But the woman or eagle is an airy water, which some call the white or celestial eagle, and endeavor to make it the common Mercury or sublimed salt. For there men that feign themselves as quick-sighted as Linnaeus are but indeed blind in this art. But Count Bernard says in his epistle, quote, verily I say unto you that no water will dissolve a metallic species by natural reduction, but that which continues with it in matter and form, and which the metals themselves can recongeal, and a little after. Nor doth that water pertain to bodies in solutions which doth not remain with them in congelation. End quote. And not far after, quote, verily I say unto you that the oil which naturally inserates and joins natures together and naturally introduces the medicine into other bodies that are to be tinged is not compounded of any other extraneous thing, but only of the bowels of the body that is to be dissolved. End quote. The eagle, therefore, and the woman, as likewise the dragon with almost all the severals of the whole art, are understood by these precepts, which, by opening the bosom of nature, we have perhaps so far explained and declared to the sons of learning, that so glory might be given to God. Amen.